Well, okay, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining. Hi, Abdul Alim, are you here?
Hi, Hamid. I'm here. I'm with you. I just can't use my camera for some reason.
Okay, do you want to test and sign out and sign in again, maybe?
Okay. It says you cannot start your
To
video.
go?
Okay, awesome. Perfect.
Okay, I can see you now. Yep, there you are.
Hi.
Do you have your do you have your yeah, okay. I can see you, yes.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for joining. This is nice. So welcome everyone. Thanks for joining to this workshop. This is the last workshop of this year, and 23 has gone very fast. And we're at the almost at the last day. Tomorrow is the last day. The day before, at 30th of the December today, and super excited to be with you guys. In this year, we have done so many of great workshops and events, and we were together with some of you guys and during some of the workshops. It was a fantastic year for all of us. We have done more than 75 workshops, probably some private, some public, some of course some for members, and also some for free workshops like this one. And we're super excited for this session as well. Today we're gonna focus. Today with Abdul Ali, we're gonna focus a little bit on AI and vernacular architecture. How you can use tools like Midjourney and AI to generate local or related and vernacular style architecture using a specific kind of finding your own prompts, and also engineering your prompts to reach to a certain and specific design, your local design. So thank you so much again for joining. I'm in Iran and Tehran right now, so my internet is not quite as stable, but Montaser and the entire team is right here, and they will be all, of course, here to monitor and help us. And yeah, just for now, just to mention that my internet will be broken probably on the way somewhere. But so far, everything is good. We have the YouTube stream going on. If you're interested to join and watch from YouTube, you can be, of course, there. You can join on Discord for us and for communication and sharing your work. That's much more convenient way of sharing your projects and works with us. And also, of course, the Zoom chat section is a great part to communicate in a faster mode. But mostly, we're going to do the communication and the work, sending the works of each student or each participant through the Discord channel. So the YouTube and the Discord links have been shared in the chat section. You can go and watch. You can click on them and join. And yeah, the videos are being recorded. They will be available afterwards for anyone who wants to watch. Yes, so far everything is great, and we're super excited for this session and also for the year 2024. It was a great session for us, and I'm sure for all of you. Yeah, let's go ahead and invite Abdul Alim. Hi, Abdul Alim, how are you?
Hi, Hamid. I'm well, thank you. And yourself?
Yes, all good. Thank you so much. 2 weeks ago, we had you at CDNext 15, and it was a great session with you. I was super excited to see your workflow, some of the designs that you made during your last couple of months with AI were quite stunning. So we are super excited to have you in here. And yes, what we're maybe short, just in 1-2 minutes, what you can just cover what you're going to show during this 5 hour to us, and what are we expecting to see and learn from you.
Sure. Thank you so much again for having me. The CD Next tutorial was amazing, and looking forward to this workshop. Today we'll be going through quite a bit. We have 5 hours, so there's a lot to go through. But in general, we're going to go through a very short lecture, a very short kind of introduction to Sudano-Sahelian vernacular architecture, which is the style that I mostly use. And then we're going straight into the design workflows, how to use different tools such as Midjourney, Runway, Crea, Photoshop Beta, and other tools to develop your own style, as well as prompt engineer, create your own images using AI. So we'll have tutorials with that. We'll also have an assignment where you can go off and build your own prompts, create some really cool artwork. But we won't stop there. We're also going to go into CapCut, where we can take some of those images we create using Midjourney and other tools and start to piece them together, create a video that you can share for your audience. So yeah, it's going to be really exciting. And at the end of it, hopefully everyone should have something that's going to be hopefully go viral.
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much. This was brilliant. I'm not introducing you because I'm sure you have a presentation that you're gonna introduce yourself. So I won't waste much time on talking. I will just do an introduction about the workshops, upcoming workshops at the Academy. Then I'll give you the stage so you can start the presentation. So just give me 1 second. Okay, so you should be able to see my screen. Yep. So guys, well, I'm sure you're checking our workshop section in here. This is our website. Just slide into the workshop section and you will see the upcoming workshops that we're having in the Academy. And this one is, of course, synthetic vernacular via artificial intelligence. You're going to learn a lot from this workshop, which is a free workshop as a gift for all the community, so they can learn. Abdulalim has a very inspiring workflow, so it's going to be a great one. So next week and the next weekend, we have 2 weekends in a row, parametric intelligence with Tim Fu. And it's going to be on January 6, 7, and also 13, 14. We're going to learn deeply in 16 hours how to work with these AI tools, which are some of them integrated, the basic levels of integration with them. You can check them out, and Tim will showcase all these works that he's doing, and all the workshops that we did with Tim were very inspiring. And there was so much to learn from him in the last couple of workshops that we did. And we also had him in Istanbul. He gave a lecture. We recorded a podcast and everything. So if you click here, you can go and check the PA Talks podcasts. And also, we will have, Also, we will have Body Architecture 3.0. It's also an AI workflow. AI, Houdini, and Grasshopper. It's a short workshop, like 8 hours, two sessions with Filippo Nassetti. We had Body Architecture 1, 2 before, which were 6 sessions, and it was a project-based workshop, and the students had to generate projects. But this one is going to be mostly focused on Rhino, Houdini, Rhino, Grasshopper, Houdini, Make Human, Midjourney, and Runway. So in 8 hours, 8 intense hours, you're going to have all these tools covered with Filippo. And also we have computational, I think I missed something. We have this computational thinking coming up with Ignacio. Let me just open it. And the second weekend, we have computational thinking, which is a deep grasshopper workshop with Ignacio. He was also a part of CD Next before. You can just check this out, and it's an incredible workshop covering so many of plugins, Kangaroo, Pufferfish, Weaverbird, and yeah, make sure to check that out. Spatial dynamics, we have a digital membership course, special for our members. If you're a member, you're going to be joining for free. It's on February 3rd and 4th of 2024. And then we have AI-driven design practice. Cass Esbach is a design leader and project leader at MVRDV. So in a 1 5-hour session, which is a free event, he's going to showcase how he's doing his things in MVRDV. So make sure to check that out. He's going to cover mostly the workflows that they are working on. It's not a software-based workshop. It's not a workshop. It's a lecture, workshop, tutorials, and some of these stuff. So it's free. Make sure you check this one out. Just register from here, and you will receive just your Zoom link right away. And also, we have Computational Design Next 16, which is on April 21st and 20th and 21st. We have done so many workshops, so many iterations of computational design, as the 16th version is on April. And I'm sure you want to check this one out as well. We have a digital membership, which has all these features. You can get member-free workshops, member-free discounts, early access to events and some of the content, and so many opportunities. And it's just €4 per month or 11 euro per 3 months, sorry, and €40 per year. And we have a discount for this one, which is now €20. I'm sure you have received. We're going to share it in the chat as well. If you become a free, you will have all these member-free workshops. You can watch them on your account. As long as you're going to be free, these are free of access. You can watch for free, and also for the future ones. That being said, I'm going to start my screen sharing and go directly back to Abdulalim, because we're super excited to check his workflow, which is going to be an exciting one. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let's go, Abdulalim.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having me again. And yeah, so let's get straight into it. I'm going to share my screen, plural, my screens.
Sure, let's go.
Okay. Awesome. Yeah, so thank you everyone for coming. I really appreciate everyone taking their time out their Saturday to come watch some of my work and this workshop. My name is Abdulalim, also known as Aikin Karr. Aikin Karr Studio. Aikin Karr is the moniker that I use for most of my designs. So today we're going to be going through synthetic vernacular via artificial intelligence. You're probably wondering what exactly is synthetic vernacular, what does that mean, and what does it have to do with artificial intelligence? Hopefully by the end of this workshop, or within probably the next hour and a half, that will all become very clear, and you'll understand what that means. By the end of this workshop, hopefully we'll be creating something similar to what you can see in the background of this building. And if I go to the next slide, you'll see what is actually possible with AI, specifically Runway ML, where you can actually create some videos from your generations in Midjourney. But first, I'll just go through a few of the contents, as I said previously, so I won't go into too much detail here, but we're just going to have a very quick introduction. I'll tell you who I am, my journey, and the type of work that I do. Like I said, I'll go through some Sudano-Sahelian vernacular architecture descriptions. What exactly is it? Why is it important? I'll go through some of my own work, AI design, workflows, and then we'll go into tutorials. We'll have a break. When we come back, we'll do an assignment to actually have some work generated by you guys. And then another tutorial for actually video editing. So taking the work that we make in Midjourney and refine with other tools, and then putting it into CapCut, where we can create video, and then content sharing. So that's like optimizing your content for sharing on different platforms like Instagram or TikTok or whatever. Finally, we'll have a few further tools and research, and then we'll have a Q&A session towards the end. And feel free to ask any questions in the chat. I'm going to be checking the chat regularly, so if there's anything that you're stuck on, or you might be interested in that I haven't really covered in detail, feel free to add it to the chat. I'll be checking regularly, and I can answer it for you live as we're going. And I saw a question from Walter asking about this little white ball. It's just a stress ball that basically lights up when you hit it. So it's a really cool gadget to have while talking. So yeah, introduction. My name is Abdul Alim UK. I'm originally from Nigeria, born and raised. I moved to the UK when I was 12 years old. I studied architecture and environmental design at the University of Westminster in England, in London. Afterwards, I moved back to Nigeria. I worked 2 years in design build in Abuja. And I guess after that, I wanted a bit more of a challenge. I felt that I was going in a direction that wasn't necessarily the best use of my skills. So I wanted to do something that would really challenge me. So I started a startup, as you do, where myself and my co-founder developed an app that allows people to report crime and also map danger in and around urban areas in Nigeria, Lagos and Abuja mostly. And that was kind of the first introduction, I could say, that I had to artificial intelligence outside of design and generative design. And that kind of led me towards pursuing more of a computer science background, which is where I am currently in Cardiff, Wales, where I'm doing my computer science master's, as well as developing Studio Aikin Karr at the intersection between architecture and artificial intelligence. So if you want to describe me in 3 words, in a nutshell, I'm an architectural designer, artificial intelligence enthusiast, and also an entrepreneur. So if you want to connect with me, you can do so on LinkedIn, Instagram. Here are my 2 handles, Aikin Karr or a.uk or 1 for my personal page, or my website, abdulalim.uk. And yeah, we can connect from there. So let's get straight into Sudano-Sahelian architectural style. Just drop a message in the chat if anyone's from any one of these countries that you see on this map: Senegal, Mauritania, Mali, Burkina Faso, Benin, Nigeria, Niger, Chad, Sudan, South Sudan, Central African Republic, Cameroon, Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, Ethiopia, Uganda. If you've ever been to any of these countries, whether you live there or you visited, you'll notice something about these countries in terms of the climate, the geographical context. Most of these lie in the Sahel region, or are partially in the Sahel region, which is characterized by mostly desert, partly desert, part grasslands. And so the Sudano-Sahelian region is this long stretch of land that goes all across Africa underneath the Sahara, but not completely sub-Saharan Africa. So Sudano-Sahelian architectural style is this architectural style that evolved pretty much back, let's say 2500 BC. So a very long time ago. And it's a very homogeneous architectural style, meaning that it's very, it's almost the same. It looks the same. It's very identical across the entire stretch of this region here. There are different variations based off of different cultural identities. So for example, Hausa, Volta, and Mande and different cultures have had their own stylistic evolutions, but for the most part, they are characterized as the same architectural style. So you're probably wondering, okay, what does this look like? This is what it looks like. And it's a very earthen architectural style where it's developed using local resources, natural resources. So earth, mud, from where I hail from originally, what they'll do is they'll dig a pit and they'll collect water from this pit. They'll collect water, rainwater. They'll use the rainwater as well as different materials such as grass, and some other materials such as fat, animal fat. And interestingly, animal fat is a natural water repellent. So they'll add it to the mud mixture, the bricks, to make it repellent to water, or they'll plaster it on top of the walls. So they create these bricks, these rounded bricks, and then they'll build these types of structures using those bricks. So this is the style that you might have seen when you think of the Sudano-Sahelian architectural style, if you've ever seen it. So what are the specific characteristics in terms of elements? Like I said, the laterite materiality. So there's this beige, brown, adobe earthen walls that are used. They usually have protruding wooden elements for structural stability. So that's these wooden blocks that you see sticking out of the structures. So those are not only used for structural stability of the building, but also scaffolding. So it has like a double purpose. But you could say three purposes. It looks aesthetically pleasing as well. It has a very stylistic element, aesthetic element. So it's not only used for the structural stability of the building, but also being able to climb to the top so that they can start to plaster the rest of the building. It has very intricate facade details. Till this day, if you go to a neighborhood in Kano in Nigeria, or if you go to Niger, if you go to some of the very local neighborhoods, you'll find that the facades have very intricate designs that are usually done by skilled artisans that, you know, are whoever's building a house would go and find this artisan and ask them, you know, I want this really intricate design on my wall, and then they do that. And then finally, there's an implicit topological optimization. So what this is vernacular architecture is defined by necessity. It's not defined by elegance. So most of the buildings that are designed or built, they're using the least amount of resources possible. So topological optimization is basically when you try and, for example, create a wall, you find the structure points or the points that are most important for that wall to stand. So you'll reduce the material where you don't need material, and then you increase the material where you need it. So one way to think about this is when you have a wall, you might have a thicker bottom than towards the top for structural stability. So that's topological optimization. You're increasing the material where the load is going to be applied the most towards the bottom, and then reducing it as you go to the top. So that's how most of these buildings were designed. And I say implicit because there wasn't like a textbook that these people were working off of. They were working off of traditional knowledge that was passed down. So most of this grooves that they have, where they have these sort of columns, they just know that there's supposed to be a column there, and they're going to reduce the amount of material on the inside on the wall so that they don't have to use up as much material. So it's a natural topological optimization. So the vernacular architecture isn't unique to Africa. It's all around the world. It can be classified as a type of architecture which is indigenous to a specific time and place and not replicated elsewhere. So, you know, for example, you can find it in China or in the UK, for example. This is one of the older architectural styles in the UK, I think probably in Wales. And synthetic vernacular is the term that I use to describe architectural style, methodologies, or traditions of knowledge, technology, design languages that use previous knowledge, previous techniques, local resources, very much like vernacular architecture, but they use it in a novel way to suit specific contexts or address contemporary issues, right? In fact, I didn't coin this. I first was introduced to this term synthetic vernacular by my tutor, Paolo Cascon, who's an Italian architectural designer who was mentored by Fabrizio Carola, who was kind of the inventor of this sundial If you're interested, you should research it. Fabrizio Carola, he made this really, really, really cool device that would create a dome using this mechanism of a sundial following the movement of the sun. So this is a building called Hikmah and Religious Secular Complex, designed by Mariam Kamara, who is the principal of Atelier Masomi out of Niger. And this is the beautiful type of synthetic vernacular that she's been able to create using local resources, local material, designed with local knowledge, local people, right? But it fits the context. It doesn't feel like it's something outside of the context of Niger. It fits in its place. And you can see other examples of this. This is in South Africa by Peter Rich Architects, where they have these vaulted domes that are created with bricks, where it's kind of a very shallow, thin shell structure. And another one in Niger, another example, this is a general hospital in Niger that uses local material, laterite, to plaster the walls. It's still a concrete building, yes, but they've tried as much as possible to make the aesthetic pay homage to its original architectural, vernacular architecture. To Khalid, the name, I think you might be referring to Mariam Kamara. So the name was Hikmah and Religious Secular Complex. If you were referring to Fabrizio Carola, I'm just going to write that in the chat. Fabrizio Carola. So now we get on to my work, the type of design or the type of architectural style that I create. As you can see, these are very much parametric, right? They're very curvy, they're very elegant, very, parametric style design. If you're familiar with parametric architecture, you might be associating it with the likes of Zaha Hadid and Patrick Schumacher. And so those kind of names or that architectural style has developed over the past few years and has definitely become more widespread. Even laymen, people outside of the architectural discourse, know about parametric architecture and appreciate it. For me, it has a special place in my heart because not only is it aesthetically pleasing, it looks good, but also it has this element of topological optimization. You're trying to use parameters to define design. You're allowing the data, you're allowing the knowledge of the site, the parameters of the brief, and all of these different data points to inform the design, to inform the form. And that's why I really like it, because it has a very strong parallel with vernacular architecture, where you're using the context of the geographical location to inspire and inform the design of the architecture. And that's why I naturally was inclined to use this sort of parametric architectural style. So all the buildings that you're seeing, all the designs that you're seeing on this page were created using Midjourney. Obviously, I've done work within my architectural career in academia where I had to use modeling, Rhino and Grasshopper, parametric modeling. But one advantage, a major advantage of artificial intelligence is that it allows you to imagine things that you would never have even thought of having designed or being able to design. Where once you would require a master modeler in parametric software such as Rhino, Blender, Maya, now you can use your words, use your ability to articulate your vision to generate these incredible designs. So by the end of this tutorial, by the end of this workshop, you'll be able to actually create things like these. So to kind of summarize what synthetic vernacular is, it's artificial intelligence, generative adversarial networks. And if you're interested about what Midjourney is, how it works, and all of that, the actual technology, the underlying technology, then that's the important thing to note. GAN, Generative Adversarial Networks. So I'm just going to write it in the chat, generative serial. And so that's kind of the technology that's the underlying technology of all of these Midjourney, Pika, Stable Diffusion. And if you understand that, then you can start to kind of play around, I guess, a bit more with the technology. But artificial intelligence GAN networks, GAN text-to-image models have democratized the design process. A style previously exclusive to master parametric design modelers, AI now gives a wider range of designers like us the option to use parametric style, thereby liberating the constraints of the form generation process. Concepts and architectural styles that might have seemed obscure and impossible yesterday, today are becoming increasingly rational and obvious, right? So concepts and architectural styles yesterday that might have seemed obscure and impossible, today, you know, if you can visualize it, then obviously you'll find a way to rationalize it into something that can actually be built. So that's one thing that artificial intelligence has given us, and that I think in the future will become a more apparent reason to use artificial intelligence in the design process. So what is the design workflow, and what type of tools can you use to actually use artificial intelligence for design, whether you're an architect, architectural designer, interior designer? If you are in the design ecosystem, then you can use this model or this framework for your design process. I will be sharing these slides with all of you after this workshop. So if you want to, you can take a screenshot if you want, but later on you'll have access to all of this if you're looking for all of this information. The process really starts off with ideation. It really starts off with an idea. It's very important to understand that artificial intelligence is a tool, right? It's not going to create things for you. It will generate based off of what you command it to do, and then it can hallucinate and give you more options. But it starts off with an idea. You have to kind of have a general direction in your head of where you want to end up. So it starts off with an idea, and then you have different options of how you can interact with the generator. So there's 3 different ways. I've only noted 2 here, but there's really 3 different ways. There's prompt engineering, where you have text to image. You use your words, natural language processing. So that's, you know, Midjourney, DALL-E, Stable Diffusion, and so on. You can also use sketches, right? You can also use pictures that you design and then feed it into image generators. The third way, which I haven't put on here because it's still very experimental, and I don't think that it's good enough yet to actually use meaningfully anyway, is 3D, right? So you can model something in Rhino or Blender, whatever you choose to model. And then once you have your wireframe model, you can then put it into something like LookX AI or Kick Render, and then it's going to give you a visual output, a visualized output. The reason why I didn't put it on here is because if you've gone through the trouble of creating a model already, you know, you might as well just render it using your own render engine, or you might just benefit from just using the prompt without having to go through the modeling process. So it's kind of like not necessarily useless, but it's just very long-winded. So image generators, there's Midjourney, DALL-E 2, Stable Diffusion, Adobe Firefly, Microsoft Bing. There's so many out there, new ones coming out every single day. I use Midjourney, and today we're going to be going through a workshop using Midjourney. So if you want to test out the different ones, they'll give you different outputs, slightly different outputs, but I use Midjourney because it's something that I've been using since, you know, over a year now. There's a very good line of communication between the developers and the people who use it using Discord. And it's very simple to use, very easy to get the hang of. The learning curve is very short. So it's my preferred software for image generation. There's also video generation, where you can input an image or text and get a video output. So that's Runway ML, which we'll be using that today. There's also Pika Labs, which is very much like Runway, but I prefer Runway ML just because of the control interface. The interface for Runway ML I prefer. So you'll see that also later on. There are different softwares that you can use for processing. So when I say processing, I mean taking an image or a video and refining it, making it upscale. So maybe there's a lot of noise in the image. There's a lot of things that aren't supposed to be there. Perhaps there's a tree that shouldn't be there. Perhaps there's a human figure that shouldn't be there. If you're doing an architectural render, for example, if you're doing a interior design, image that you want to show a client, perhaps there's little elements that you want to take out or you want to refine the image. So that's where the post-processing comes in, where you can use things like Crea AI, Photoshop Beta, or even Adobe Firefly. And then finally, you have the sharing or the publishing. So you can do this however so you want. You can publish it to Instagram, or you could, show your friends, or you could use it for actual work where you can get clients and leverage the technology for faster workflow for your business or what have you. So that is the design workflow that I use. And before we get into Midjourney, how to use Midjourney, I want to very quickly do some admin, right? I think if you're starting to use these type of tools, it can very, very quickly become very messy. You'll have hundreds of photos that you generate. They'll be in a download folder, they'll be in this folder, this folder, this folder. And, it's very imperative that you have a system that allows you to understand how to choose different photos for different things. So I'm going to be showing you the system that I use specifically for generating content for my page on Instagram. And I'll just show you what I mean. So this is my Instagram page. So I'm going to be showing you the process that I use for generating content and actually sharing content on my Instagram page. And first we'll do that with Notion. If you don't use Notion, or if you don't know about Notion, I highly recommend that you use it, that you can use it for anything, but it's one way of having all the information that you need to have for generating content, posting content, scheduling content for your projects. If you're applying for competitions and things like that, all of that information, it creates this central brain that you can have all of your stuff in. So for example, with what I use Notion for, I have admin, for example, where I, detail some admin stuff. I have posting where I post daily. So I have captions every single day. If there's something that I want to post, I'll have a caption, and it's easier for me because I can just like copy and paste and create, for example, a new page, right? And then just reuse the caption so I don't have to find new hashtags all the time. Is it like Jira? I've heard of Jira, but I'm not sure what Jira is like. I've never used it, so I couldn't tell you. But what I just know is that it is a very powerful and useful tool. I highly recommend it. So that's what Notion is for. The second thing that I'll say before we get into the Midjourney tutorial is also it's important to have your folders kind of optimized for your generations, right? So what I do is I'll have a folder called posting, and I'll have like different months. So for example, in the month of December, I posted every single day, and these are all of the posts. So for example, today is the 30th. Within here, I have these 3 folders. So this one will be what we create today. It will be in the post folder. Stills basically means all the images that we create but aren't edited, so they're not post-processed. And then comp is basically just compilation. Anything that is used to create that content, I put it in compilation. So that's how I do my admin. So let's get into Midjourney. And for the purpose of this tutorial, I'm going to be assuming that whoever's listening to this, so all of you guys are probably going to be beginners. So please forgive me if you've already used Midjourney and you know how to use it and you're just looking for added information. I'm going to be taking it from the beginner level as if someone has never used Midjourney before, doesn't even know what Discord is. So Midjourney is a generative artificial intelligence program and service created and hosted by San Francisco-based independent research lab, Midjourney Inc. It generates images from natural language natural language descriptions called prompts. What does that mean? That means you tell it what you want and it gives you a picture, right? Pretend it's a photographer. You're just telling the photographer, hey, go take this picture for me, stand here, look at this building, take this picture. And then it takes a picture, it comes back to you and it gives you the picture. So how do you access it? In order to access Midjourney, you need an internet connection, obviously. And you just go online and you type in Midjourney. I'll go straight from Google so you can actually see what I'm doing. So all you need to do is go to Midjourney. I want to, there we go. Okay, join the beta. Yeah. So if you've never used Midjourney before, you're going to come to this screen. This is what you're going to see. And you're going to have to join the beta or sign in. If you already have a Discord, if you have a Discord subscription or Discord account, then you can just sign in. If not, you're going to have to join the beta. When you join the beta, it's going to ask you to accept the invite. And then you'll go onto the Discord channel. I'm not going to do that because I already have Discord open here. So I'm just going to come to my Discord, right? So this is my Discord channel. We have so this is the Discord channel for this workshop, Synthetic Vernacular. Within that, we have different tabs on the left-hand side. You'll probably see all of these different tabs. For the purpose of this tutorial, we're going to be prompting within this Midjourney prompting tab down here. So as you can see, I've already done a test prompt. So I'm going to very quickly show you what the interface is like, how to use it, and how to get started. But just a very quick tip. If you've just started using Midjourney and you just create an account, you have 25 jobs free. After 25 generations, you're going to have to subscribe. Currently, it stands at $10 for a monthly subscription. If you want a yearly subscription, it's slightly lower. So it's an $8 monthly subscription, but you pay annually. So that's the subscription package for Midjourney. Prompt engineering. So in order to use Midjourney, you need to prompt it. You have to tell it exactly what you want. And the way to do that is through this text input field. So I can see someone already using some prompts. Awesome. So you need to tell it exactly what you want using this text input field. And the way that you do that is you use this thing here, the backslash, and then you tell it imagine, right? So you tell it to imagine. And then you have this little box here that says prompt, and it's surrounded by a blue line. And then within that prompt, that's where you can start to tell it what you want to see. So you could say something like a blue dragon flying across the Thames River, right? Just for example. And Midjourney says it's going to take 60 seconds to generate. So it takes roughly 30 to 40 seconds to generate. And Khalid is asking, is every image considered a job, even rescaling? Yes. Every operation that you do is considered a job when you're using Midjourney. And so let's go to, okay, yeah. So as you can see, we have a blue dragon flying across the Thames. This was created by artificial intelligence or generated by artificial intelligence. So if this is the first time you've ever seen Midjourney, you've ever seen Discord, this is the type of things that you can do with Midjourney. You have, you can imagine things that you want to see that aren't real in real life, but just in your imagination. If you're able to articulate it and put it into words, then artificial intelligence can help you visualize it. So that's the power of AI, right? Yeah. So let's go back to prompt engineering. So what is prompt engineering? Prompt engineering is essentially how you talk to Midjourney or any of the other GAN models. You use a prompt to tell Midjourney what you want to see. There are four main components to a prompt. And I like to think of it as if I were talking to a photographer who's going to do a job for me. You tell it where you want the camera to be positioned. You tell it where you want it to aim the camera, so the subject of the image. You tell it how you want it to be processed. And then finally, you tell it some variables that have to do with the post-processing that aren't visual. So that's something like the aspect ratio or the style level. So I'll just go through that again, right? You tell the photographer, hey, I want you to go to this location and I want you to stand at this point here. And then you tell it, what you want that camera to aim at. So you tell the photographer where to aim. And then you tell the photographer how to edit the photo. And finally, what format you want the photographer to use. And what do I mean by style level? Vasutra is asking. Style level is essentially the creativity that Midjourney is going to use while generating your prompt. So the higher the style level, so if you go up to 1,000, you can essentially expect something out of a fairy tale. It's going to be very, very creative. And I'll show you this now, actually. We'll use the same prompt, right? So we'll just go imagine blue dragon flying across the Thames River. And then the way that you create the style level is you use 2 dashes or 2 hyphens. You press S, you press space, and then you tell it the style level between 0 to 1,000. So we'll do 1,000, right? I hope that's 1,000. I think that's 1,000. Yes, okay, that was 1,000. And then I'll do the same prompt with 50, and you can see the difference, right? Okay, so Damal is saying that due to extreme demand, we can't provide a free trial right now. Please subscribe to create images with Midjourney. If you can't get a trial, that's fine. I guess they are suspended for a while. So I guess you'll just have to watch. You might just have to watch while we do the workshop. So yeah, okay, so let's just see what we just created here. So as you can see, there are these two different images, right? So the first one is this one, and then the second one is this one, right? The first one, you can see it's very, very, very designed. And then the second one, you can see it's very, very primitive. So you can see even in this one, it has so much more detail, right? It has so much more detail. Whereas the second one, it has less detail. So those are the differences when you use stylization. So let's go back to the prompt engineering. Like I said, the tip, right? Pretend you're having a conversation with a photographer that is responsible for your shooting, editing, and posting your photos. So you tell the photographer where to go and stand, what image or what subject to aim the camera at, and then how to process it. And then as well, these different 2 or 3 things. So we'll go into that in a bit more detail. I just wanted to give this example so that you can understand how the prompt engineering basics work. And from this prompt that I've used as an example, street level view of a yellow skyscraper, cinematic 8K, 8K meaning very detailed, and then AR 9:16. AR stands for aspect ratio. 9:16 basically means the aspect ratio. So 9:16 is like the iPhone screen, right? 16:9 is like a movie screen, so it's wider, so it's just flipped over. And then, like I said, S is stylized, and the default is set to 250. And yes, Sadek is right. You can use a different generator if you want. You can use DALL-E. You can use Stable Diffusion. You can use I think there's another Stable Diffusion generator that you can use. I think it's called Starry AI or Dream AI. So this prompt gives us these 4 images here, as you can see, right? So that's the prompt engineering basics. Again, if you have any questions about the prompt engineering, feel free to add it to the chat, and I'll go through it again if I'm going too quick, or if there's anything that you don't get. Yeah, Mirza, there's also Leonardo the AI. There's Dream Studio AI. Yeah, that one as well. Good observation, Khalid. AR and S don't work with DALL-E, so those are only with Midjourney. They'll probably have their own control variables. And Kyle is asking, how do you separate each part of the prompt? So you can do so with commas. I use this, what do you call it? It's like a slash, only that it's vertical. So what does it say? Dragon, and then I use this, right? So that's this vertical slant is what I use. Yeah, the stroke, exactly. In Midjourney 6, do we really need to write post-processing prompt? You don't need to if you don't want to, because with Midjourney 6, it's going to be very detailed already. But there's going to be times, for example, if you want to have a different style. So to give you an example, you might want to create an image that resembles Simpson, a cartoon style, right? So you might say something like cartoon style. And that added layer of information kind of gives you a bit more control. So even though V6 is incredibly detailed and very realistic, you might want to deviate from the realistic style and have something in a different style, like a cartoon or hyper realistic, and so on and so forth. And for anyone who's probably listening, wondering what I mean by V6, Midjourney has so far 6 versions, right? So we started with version 1, however so long ago, and now we're on V6 that just came out about a week ago or 2 weeks ago. So with every version, it gets better, more detailed. Can you have more than one subject image? Yes, you can tell it whatever. And as you can see, we'll go through more of the prompting. You'll see that you can add more detail to the prompt. I've seen prompts that are basically paragraphs. You can have a prompt that's an entire paragraph describing the image. So really, it's up to you. You know, they have that saying, one picture can describe 1,000 words. With this Midjourney, you're using 1,000 words to describe one picture. So while writing prompt, which is better to add commas or make it a sentence or any other format, it's best to have it in continuous prose. For example, you want to say something like blue dragons flying across the Thames River. You can also say a blue dragon that is flying across the Thames River. You can use like added punctuation in words and stuff like that. But if you want to make it really optimized, it's best to just get straight to the point. Blue dragon flying across Thames River. Can we use sketches in Midjourney? Yes, you can use sketches in Midjourney. The way to do that is let's do that right now. So let me see, how do we create a sketch? Create a sketch, right? So we'll do the sketching in real time. Right? So what should we sketch, guys? Anyone in the chat have any idea what should we sketch? Anything? A palm tree. Oh, that's okay. An igloo. You guys are so creative. Okay, so we're gonna have a palm tree as well as an igloo, right? And please don't judge my sketches. I'm not an artist, okay? Right. So we're gonna have an igloo, right? Over here. You guys rate my sketches out of 10. What do you guys think? With a fireplace. Dana, I don't know if I can do that, eh? A fireplace, that's a bit a modern house made by bamboo. Okay, that you guys are getting a bit too comfortable here. We're just gonna have an igloo and Mariam said two. Two, yeah, Rafa, two is crazy. That's a dance floor. Okay, we'll have who said dance floor? Walter, we'll have Walter here dancing, okay? And how do I erase? Or can I not? Maybe not. Arctic palm tree. It does look crazy, doesn't it? And obviously put a sun as well. Melika, we great minds think alike. I was gonna do that. We'll have you have to have a sun, honestly. Like you have to. Stones around palm tree. Good one. Good point. Okay. We'll have some stones. What else? What else? What else, guys? Come on, let's have some mountains, right? Maybe some landscape. A river, birds flying. Okay, yeah, birds flying. Have some birds. Obviously, some V-shaped birds. Sandeep, who Alex said a reindeer, and someone said a Cybertruck. Okay, guys, we're done. We're done. An intricate UFO, a camel. Okay, guys. What else? I want to have something here, something small, something easy to draw. A Pagani Huera. That's that would be interesting if I could draw that. Uh, if I could draw that from imagination, I'd probably be working at Pagani. A cactus. A cat. No, that's so we'll just call that a lake, and then we'll have some cactus over here. I think this is how the cactus looks like. Uh, and then maybe it's got some prickly a turtle. All right, guys, we're done. We're done with this. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Is there a way for me to color it in? Do you guys see a way for me to color it? Yeah, okay, clouds. Okay. Let me just add some clouds as well. Um, yeah, we're done. But I want to just color it in. So okay, paintbrush, and we'll use blue for the sky. So let's get some blue for the sky. Who's saying volcano? Let's see. So some white for the clouds, obviously. We'll use some yellow for the sun, right? And then what else? What else? Some green. Some green for the tree. Some brown. If anyone's curious, there's actually a software made by NVIDIA that allows you to create landscapes from drawings like these. And if we have time at the end, I will definitely show you. I'll show you how to do that. But you have to have a Windows computer with a certain chip. I think it's the NVIDIA chip. And we'll just get some green for the cactus. Okay, we'll get some blue for the water. We're almost done, guys. So for the water, and maybe for the path, use a lighter kind of shade of. Okay, are you guys happy with this? It's an incredible drawing. Yeah, I think we did a really good job. You guys should clap for yourself. We did a good job. So now how do we save this? We're gonna download it as a PNG. We're gonna have 150 DPI, scale 1:1. Okay, cool. Now we have our image. Sandeep says there was a research paper recently where it said that even a period at the end of the prompt drastically affects your output. So do symbols in the prompt affect the output on Midjourney? I mean, it depends. I haven't necessarily found that to be the case, but you can definitely do some experimenting with that. Try to do the same prompt with maybe a comma versus a stroke versus a full stop and see what you come up with. So let's open up our picture. So we got our picture here. Just to give you some description of what I'm doing. So I've got my Imagine prompt set up already. I'm going to where my picture is located. Now I'm just going to drag the picture right into the prompt. I'm literally just dragging it there, right? Oh wait, sorry. Just disregard what I just said. You drag the image into Discord. You don't need to type prompt. You just drag the image into Discord. You press enter. It will upload it to the Discord channel, right? It uploads it, and then, right, you type Imagine, you grab your image, right? You grab your image, you left click and grab it, and then you put it into the prompt field. And that's gonna take the link. Sorry, that's gonna take the link of the image and put it into the prompt. Then all you need to do is type space, and then you type your prompt as you would any other prompt. So for this, we're going to say beautiful. I really hope I spelled beautiful right, because I can't see. Let me just put it here for the time being. Okay, yeah. So beautiful landscape with igloo and palm trees, right? With igloo and palm trees. Aren't you worried we might steal this work of art, Khalid? Honestly, I don't mind. It's not at the top of my priorities. But let's see. So we'll add our stroke and we'll say something like sunny day, right? So like I said, the post-processing, we'll add sunny day. We'll say it's what else should we say? Cinematic, right? We'll say cinematic. Do you guys have any other things that you want to add to it, or is this fine? I think that's fine. So the final thing we're going to say is AR 16:9. So it's a landscape image. And then the stylized option, we're going to leave it at default. So, you know, we won't touch that. But this is just for an example, right? So let's put that in and see what comes up. Let's see what happens. And Fatima is asking, can we add a 3D model? You cannot. You cannot add a 3D model to a Discord, to Midjourney anyway. If you want to render your models straight from whichever modeling software you're using, let me know which modeling software you're using. If you're using Rhino, there's two softwares that you can use, right? So LookX AI will do that for you. LookX. All right, so SketchUp. That's a good question. And 3ds Max. I imagine they have plugins. Let me see. So as you can see, they have a plugin for SketchUp, so you're good there. And 3ds Max, I'm not sure. You'll have to, check this website out. So I'm going to just put that in the chat. You can do some research. Fatima says Revit. Again, this is a plugin that you can use. Maybe, okay, so it has SketchUp and it has Rhino. It does not have Revit. And it does not have 3ds Max. This is not the only one. I know of another called Kick Render. In fact, they contacted me the other day saying they wanted me to use their platform, but I haven't done so yet. But as you can see from this image, it's using Rhino, right? So it's very much like Midjourney. You have your image, you prompt it, and then it gives you a final visualization output. So I'm going to take this link and I'll put that into the chat as well. And Nikki says Stable Diffusion is also available in SketchUp. Cool. That's good to know. Tell them you only use 3D Max. Louise, I'll put you in contact with them. If you want to talk to them, maybe you can get a deal. You can get a discount with them. Okay, let's go back to our chat. Wow. Wow. What do you guys think? So we just put our image in, we did a sketch, and this is what we got from it, right? So these 4 images. Again, very primitive, doesn't look all that good. I'm guessing if we add more to the prompt, we can probably get some more interesting results. Let me see. I'm just gonna add some, just one more thing to the prompt. I'm gonna say the stylization level to be 300. All right. But guys, we need to get back to the tutorial because we might run out of time. Where is that link coming from? Masood, I'm not sure which link you're referring to. And Alex, what are you talking about? The igloo is there. Oh, right. Okay, so Masood, sorry. So the link is coming from the image. So I'll do that again, right? So you prompt it as if you would do just any other prompt. So you say imagine, then you have your prompt, and then you take the image, you drag the image straight from the image, right? You drag it and then you put it into the prompt, just like that. Right? Yeah, so you know what? You're right. There really isn't much of a trace of an igloo, but yeah. Okay, yeah. So PA Academy just said use the other channel for student work. So I'm guessing there's another channel that you can use. So let's get back to the tutorial. Okay, so that is how you prompt engineer. I hope that's kind of a bit more clear for everyone who was interested how to develop your prompt. We'll go into a bit more detail in terms of, the information that you can add and things like that. But that's kind of the basic, understanding of how you can use text and create images. Again, you can use sketches, right? You can use images, take your images, put them into Midjourney, and then get some visualization from that. So we just did our prompting. Now let's try and work through something together to create something similar to the image on the left. This is a post that I did a few days ago of a hotel courtyard. And I'd like to recreate something similar to that live with you guys in this session. Like I said earlier, after the break, you guys can go off. You guys will come back and then create your own images, using whatever prompts that you're thinking of. The purpose of this tutorial is synthetic vernacular. So that's the whole subject of the tutorial. So while we're doing this, just have in the back of your mind what you're trying to create. Just from the chat, I can see that we're a very diverse international cohort. So if you have an idea of the type of vernacular architecture that comes from your own ethnic heritage, then please do try and use that for the prompts when it comes time. So just have that in your back of your mind. So let's get straight into this. We're going to try and create something similar to this image here on the left. And we're just going to use the same methodology that we used for the basics, for the prompt engineering, right? So the four main components: the camera position, the image subject, the post-processing, and then these variables: aspect ratio, style level, blah, blah, blah. Right? So I've color coded them. The first one, the camera position, we're looking towards a hotel courtyard. Number two, the subject, it's in yellow, a beige hotel with parametric architectural design, right? Number three, post-processing, it's a rendered style. It looks like an architectural render and it's very detailed. Number four, and final, the variables, right? There's a 9:16 aspect ratio. We're going to leave the default style level at 250, so we're not going to touch that. But if we're not happy with the results, then we can always add it up, right? We can always increase it. We're also going to add V6 to this prompt so that we're using the version 6. So let's get straight to it. So in my Midjourney prompt, I'm going to say image, no, a beige hotel courtyard with parametric architectural design. Okay. So that's like the bare minimum. That's just the first thing that we're going to say. But then we're going to add some information. First, we'll add some information about the style of it, right? We'll say it's rendered, right? Rendered. We'll say it's cinematic or something like that. Then we'll say 8K. Let's say incredibly detailed. Feel free to add anything in the chat you think that we should add. Thank you, Alex. You know, spelling is not my strong suit. So incredibly detailed. And then finally, we'll just add AR. We'll say 9:16. And then apart from that, Fatima says lights. That's a very interesting one. Do you mean lights as in like the sunlight or the lights of the building? So Vasuda says rough textures, plaster, or maybe stone sort of finish. I like what you're thinking. I like what you're thinking. So we're going to add that first. So the textures, a beige hotel courtyard with parametric architectural design. We'll add a comma for this one. We'll say Adobe rough plaster texture. Right? Okay, the light of the building. Okay, so I think what we can do in that sense, we'll say it's nighttime. All right, we'll say it's nighttime. Actually, no, I think I saw someone say sunset. So we'll say sunset. And we'll say something like facade lights illuminating building. Right? So what are the strokes and what are the commas for? So you know what? It's a very good question that you asked. The reason why I use commas as opposed to strokes for certain things, strokes I'll use for things like you're defining or you're trying to get Midjourney to give you like the background. For example, you might say something like sunset or sunny day or rainy. And then, for example, rendered, you want it to look like an architectural render, cinematic, 8K. So these are like the post-processing effects, right? So some of the information that's describing the image. But then where you use commas is when you want to see something within the image itself, elements within the image. So like I said, facade lights illuminating the building, that's part of, the subject. Atmospheric lighting, Salman. Okay, I like that. Let's say we'll add that next to that. Say atmospheric lighting. Location like country or something, is that necessary? No. You could. It's not necessary, but you could say, one country versus the other. The reason why I try not to do that is because there are this like this is actually a very good question that you asked, because artificial intelligence and the data that artificial intelligence, especially Midjourney, the data that it uses to train can be very biased. So if you tell it a specific location or a specific city, for example, the information or the data that it has on that city might not be what you're thinking. So if you say something like, oh, we want this image or this building to be in Cairo, Egypt, perhaps the data that is collected from the internet might be something like, the surroundings of Cairo that's not very nice. Like maybe it's dirty, or maybe it has like rubbish around. Obviously, that's definitely not true, but it might have these biases. So sometimes you want to be careful how you word things. Zagir says some greenery. I don't actually like greenery, so we're not going to use any greenery for this image. And then Jerry, thank you for reminding me. So we're going to use V6. You don't need to add 6.0. You can if you want to, but you can just say 6 or 5, 5.2, and so on and so forth. So I think this is a really good prompt. A beige hotel courtyard with parametric architectural design. Adobe rough plaster texture, facade lights illuminating building, sunset atmospheric lighting, rendered cinematic 8K, incredibly detailed AR 9:16, V6. I have an extra, do I? Thank you for telling me. I can't see it because I have something blocking it. So yeah, let me just take that out. Okay. So let's get that rolling. And yeah, so Midjourney says that it takes roughly 60 seconds to generate the image. And when you subscribe to the monthly, subscription, you get, I think, 3 hours and 20 minutes. So if you calculate that, that's 3 hours times 60 plus 20. So that's 200 minutes. So if you do 200 times 60, that's a lot of maths to do. Is anyone good at maths? If you want to do this on a calculator, this is a good challenge, right? So if you have 3 hours and 20 minutes, how many generations can you get if each generation is 60 seconds, right? The first person to get that answer gets a prize. 200. Are you sure? Can someone corroborate? 200. Okay, cool. Awesome. Alex, you were the first person to get it, so you'll get a prize at the end. Okay, guys, what do you think? What do you think about image? What do you think? What do you think of the image that we just generated? It's nice, right? It looks cool. It's very rectangular. It's very rectilinear. I don't really like. Yeah, it's exactly, Tina. You see, it's not parametric enough. It really isn't. It's very contemporary, yes, but it's not parametric enough. And guys, this is PA Academy. This is Parametric Architecture Academy. So we need to add some. We need to add some more detail, right? So a beige hotel courtyard, maybe we can word it slightly different, right? So we'll say a beige hotel courtyard designed parametrically. Just need to, yeah, there we go. Designed parametrically every time I have the same prompt parameter enough, maybe add parametric in the style of Lewis, you are a genius. A beige hotel courtyard designed by Zaha Hadid herself, right? Designed by Zaha Hadid. You see, a beige hotel courtyard designed by Zaha Hadid. Add organic form. Okay. These are good suggestions. Organic form, right? A biophilic. Well, maybe we'll do that next, right? Yes. Okay, cool, cool, cool. These are really good suggestions. Keep them coming. We're just going to use this one first and let's see what comes up with that. Seems like I listened to you when you said don't like greenery and it did the opposite. Yeah, it really did. Guys, give me just 2 seconds. I'm going to use the restroom, but while this is loading, it should just take 60 seconds, but I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll be back. Awesome. What do you guys think? I like this. I like this a lot. You see, who gave us this organic form suggestion? If we like the design of examples, can we ask Midjourney to have some fidelity to that aspect of the image? For instance, the design of the building. You can. So what we can do is basically upscale it, right? So it's going to add more detail to it. To respond to your specific question, as in adding more fidelity to that specific aspect, so maybe like a detail within the building or the facade, we're going to get to that slightly later on, where we're going to go into the image itself and start to create variations of certain things. So Ilona likes the second above right. So which one was that? That was this one. Yeah. So you see, like we said add a facade light to illuminate the facade, and look at what it does. It's done that. We said add a sunset. It's done that. It's very parametric in terms of its curvilinear fashion. Fatima asked, can we use it just for edit rendered design instead of Photoshop? I'm not entirely sure what the question is. If you're saying, can you edit in Photoshop? Yes, we can. How do you use negative prompting in Midjourney? Looks plastic. And what do you mean looks plastic? Okay, so it's, yeah, no, you're right. This one actually did have a bit, maybe the water texture looks too large. I feel like this one is a bit better. The texture on the ground looks a bit more realistic. But guys, we're gonna get sidetracked. So we're gonna just take some of these images, and what we're gonna do is I'm gonna show you how to now add some control, right? So control as in what you can do, to start to vary it, or make it slightly different. So I'm just gonna go back to the presentation, and I'll give you some tips on that. Okay. I have this this quote, or this rule here called the 3% rule. Is anyone familiar with Virgil Abloh? Anyone familiar with Virgil Abloh? Right. Virgil Abloh is, or was, he's late now, but he was the creative director. Yeah, Jacqueline, of course, he's a genius. Yes, exactly. Yeah, definitely. He's from Off-White. He created Off-White, IRX. Most recently, before he passed, was the creative director for men's fashion, Louis Vuitton, and pretty much revolutionized the entire urban streetwear culture fashion scene, right? And if you go back to some of his lectures, I think this specific one he was doing in a lecture at MIT, but he was talking about something called the 3% rule, right? So what is the 3% rule? He described it as creating something new by only changing it by 3%. And you can see that epitomized within his footwear, right? So his shoes. When you look at the Nike trainers, for example, with the tick, he basically just flipped the tick backwards. He mirrored it, right? He hasn't changed the tick. He didn't necessarily create a new tick. He just changed it roughly by 3%, a very minor iteration. And this isn't necessarily a rule that you need to follow, but something that I have followed and I've seen it have really great effect is that you don't try to change too much when you have a good prompt. When you have something good, you'd only change it a very minor amount, only 3% each time, so that you start to generate new novel results, but you can control all the different variables. And Rafa, you are absolutely right, because it's exactly like the Apple releasing new phones. You know, Apple, the iPhone 15, exactly the same as 14, just with a better camera. Same as the 13 and so on and so forth. When creativity melts together with global issues, I believe you can bring the world together. That is an amazing quote. Did Virgil Abloh say that, Walter? And yeah, so this is the kind of perfect. Yeah, so that's an incredible quote by Virgil Abloh. When creativity melts together the global issues, I believe you can bring the world together. And yeah, I'd very much recommend you only change your prompts very slightly each time. Don't change it by too much. If you want a secret, I'll tell you a secret, right? I started using Midjourney in early 2022. Till this day, I haven't changed my prompts by more than 30%. I've used the same prompt or the same kind of base level prompt throughout, right? And the Midjourney has gotten better and better over time, but the concepts or the actual design language that I've been using hasn't changed since I started using Midjourney. And I quickly want to show you what that means in terms of the development of Midjourney. And Ali is asking, excuse me, how to create another view from image. I will show that to you in a very short time. And Jacqueline says that she feels that 6 changes the prompts from the other versions. It does. It has. Fatima's asking, I mean, if I just want to use it to edit the lights, color contrast like Photoshop without changing the design. If you just want to make minor changes like that, I'd recommend going into Photoshop and doing that. Because if you try and do that with Midjourney, I don't think you'll get enough control for you to change just very specific things. You're better off just going into Photoshop and, you know, doing it like that. I just want to show you guys what Midjourney was like. I want to say just under a year ago. This is what Midjourney was like last year, right? And I'm showing you this because I want you guys also to think about what Midjourney could look like or be like next year, right? The type of things that we could do a year from now. This is the first prompt that I did on Midjourney, right? And that was on 12th of July, 2022. And Katerina, I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. Can we also create videos? I'm going to show you how to create videos in this workshop using Runway. And Salman, yeah, it did. It had a watercolor texture. It looked like I don't know, like a very primitive form of art. It looked like it was almost impressionist, or like, you know, if Picasso was to try and draw something. But yeah, so let's go back to here. I just wanted to give you a bit, it's very abstract, yeah. I just wanted to give you guys a bit of a tip with that from the great Virgil Abloh. So now let's get into control. What is control? How can you use it? What is it for? We'll go through this very quickly, right? If you go to your Discord, you'll find that there's all of these different controls. There's U1, U2, U3, U4, V1, V2, V3, V4. It's going to be very intuitive, so I'm sure most of you already understand what these are for. But for those who might be asking, what are these controls for? U1 is going to upscale, U for upscale, the first image. So U1 corresponds to the first image. U2 corresponds to the second. 3 and 4 correspond to the bottom two. V1, V2, V3, V4 is the same thing corresponding to 1, 2, 3, and 4, only that V stands for vary. It creates variations of the same image. So, for example, if we take this first image and we want to create variations of it, we just press V1, and within 60 seconds, roughly, it's going to create 4 different generations from that first generation. So the way that I think of it is if you have a family tree almost, right? But in this family tree, you don't need 2 people to create children. You only need 1 person. So what you can do is you have these 4 different children from 1 prompt. And if you press V, that 1 adult will create 4 more children, right? That looks similar to it. And you can do the same thing over and over and over again until you get images that are very different from the original image. So it's just kind of changing it slightly, making very small, minute variations each time, right? So while that operates, I'm going to show you what you can also control here. So here you have upscale, vary, and vary. So upscale subtle is going to make the image larger. It's going to make it approximately twice as large, but it's going to only subtly upscale it. So if you notice, I'm going to press it actually so you can see what I mean. When you upscale something, it's going to take the noise out. It's going to refine it even more. It's going to take the image and go into a bit more detail into the facade, into the lighting, into the walls, into the glass. It's going to add more detail to it. So if you say upscale subtle, it's just going to upscale it and change the detail very subtly. But if you say upscale creative, right, it's going to upscale it, but it's going to be a bit more creative. It's going to have a bit more fun it's going to hallucinate slightly more. Now, the bottom two, vary essentially will do the same thing as this control, V1, V2, V3, V4. So when you press very subtle, it's going to vary it, but really subtly. When you press very strong, it's going to vary it, but really strong. It's going to really change it, right? So just keep that in mind. So it's generating now. So while it generates, the last control that you might see is this control here, which is, it looks like a turn signal, right? It looks like a roundabout. And that is going to redo your prompt, right? So it's basically going to change all the 4 different prompts. It's going to change all of these 4 different images. You're going to get completely new results. And I think that's what's one of the best things about Midjourney, because you can discover new things every time you press that button, right? Anytime you press this button or the vary buttons, it's like you're discovering new images, right? So this is taking a bit slow, I'm guessing because there's a lot of us on here. So is it possible to extract some type of structural plan from the image or a specific image you did? To my knowledge, no. You cannot extract a plan from an image. If you want to add that to your workflow, I'd recommend perhaps working that into the prompt. So you might say something like an axonometric drawing of a beige hotel, with a plan. That might work, but to my knowledge, to answer your question, definitively, I don't think Midjourney can do that. So this is upscaled, right? So this is upscaled. So you can see it's changed it slightly, but it's an upscaled version. These are 4 different variations, right? Strong variations of the original image. You can see each one looks slightly different. Each one looks slightly different. And we're gonna take all of them actually, right? Okay, so I'll go back to the presentation. You can control using the U's, that's upscale, and then the V is the vary, and then this button here is redo. And then there's more control that you can have once you actually have an image. Like I said, you can vary it, you can upscale it, you can zoom out, you can have a custom zoom, you can pan. And I'll show you exactly what that means, right? Okay, that's strange. For some reason, it's not showing certain controls on this. That's fine. Okay. For now, we'll just worry about these 4 controls. But just for your information, if you're using Discord on your own channel, not unlike the one that we're using right now, you'll have these different control variables, these different variables that you can control. So you can vary it strong, subtle, like I said, but you can also vary the region, which means you can select a specific part of the image and vary it. You can upscale by 2 or upscale by 4. You should also know that upscaling by 4 will take more time, obviously. You can zoom out of the image by 2 or zoom out by 1.5. What that means, if you imagine your photographer is taking an image of a subject at this location, if you decide to zoom out, the photographer is going to move back, right? And is going to zoom out the image. The perspective is going to be wider. And you can have custom zoom. You can zoom in by 3, 4, 5 times, and you can also make the image square. Nurhan is asking, can you submit a full project using plans from AutoCAD software and 3D modeling from Midjourney instead of 3D Max or 3D Blender? You cannot put 3D elements into Midjourney. If you're asking if you can take a plan like a what do you call it? Just a line plan, right? With lines on it, a line drawing, and then render it. You could try that. You would get kind of like a rendered plan. It wouldn't be ideal. You'd still need to go back into Photoshop or whatever software they use to edit and fix it up. But no, you can't put 3D models into Midjourney. Some of those controls are not available for V6. Jerry, thank you. You're a lifesaver. So Jerry has just made it clear that V6 does not have these controls. It's only V5. So we created our images with V6. Unfortunately, so these controls are not going to be available. But if you use V5, then you're going to have these controls where you're going to be able to pan in different directions. So if you imagine you have your image here, if you want to see what's on this side of the image, you pan it and it's going to create a wider image. You can pan it in every single direction, up, down, left, right. So those are the controls, right? Once you have your images, you're going to be able to download them, right? So we have some images that we've generated. If I wanted to go and find the images now, where I need to go is, I'm just going to type it for if you've never used Midjourney before again, what you're going to have to do is go to midjourney.com/imagine. And that's going to show you all of the things that you've created, right? Manuel, you're a funny guy. Could I show you the prompt of one of your recent images? No, I can't. That's very secret knowledge. But DM me. Maybe we can make a deal, right? That's some proprietary information. I can't share with you that information, okay? But I will tell you now, it's very, very similar to what we're doing. That's why most of my images look very similar to what we've just created. I use the same format. I use the same information roughly. So as you can see with this website, midjourney.com/imagine, you have access to all your images. So if you're like me and you sit down and you want to, just spend 30 minutes to an hour just generating images, it's going to show you all of the images that you generate. And then you can go and start to pick and select the ones that you want to see, right? So you can go and start to pick and select them, and then you can download them. You can choose to download a few of them, right? Just by selecting them, like just clicking and dragging. Or if you just want to download all the ones that you've downloaded on that you've made on a specific day, you just press today, select all, you come down here, and then I believe there's a download button somewhere here. So if you can see it, there's going to be a download button. You just press download, and then you can download them. Gerald is asking, our world is eventually going to need to convert these images into construction documents, though. Thoughts? Yes, that is very true. That's where you come in as the architectural designer. You can use your judgment and your design skills and modeling skills to go and recreate this concept into 3D. That is going to be probably for the next few months, perhaps almost a year. But what I do know is most likely within the next year to 2 years, there's going to be softwares on the market that are going to be able to take either prompts or images and to give you 3D. They exist in a very shallow or very primitive format right now. If you want to see them in use, you can look at a guy called Joshua Vermillion, right? He does some really cool work with this 3D depth mapping, right? So let me show you what I mean by that. I hope he has some of the images. There we go. So as you can see, this is a demo that he's doing that he uploaded to his Instagram. And this is using Hugging Face, right? Where he's able to create a 3D mesh from a 2D image by calculating the depth map of the image, right? Once he creates the 3D mesh, he's able to take that, go into Rhino, edit it slightly, and have, a space, a virtual space, if you will. Can we control the image quality? Yeah, you can control the image quality, right? You can control it by picking the version. So for example, version 5 is more creative and less realistic than version 6. You can use the S, so the stylistic element. So --S, 0 to 1000. If you use 100, it's going to be, in terms of quality, more primitive than if you use 1000. If you go up to 1000, it's going to be much, much more creative, right? A good sweet spot is anything between 250 to 500, ideally, right? So yeah, to answer your question, Gerald, right now it doesn't exist. But if you're curious enough, then I think actually look into it, because there's going to be a lot of startups that come out of that specific problem, right? How do you create these? How do you turn these concept images into 3D functional drawings and construction technical drawings, right? And Joshua Vermillion is one of PA Academy instructors too. Yeah, so that's cool. So his work is also on the parametric architecture website. Yeah, I'll share his account. PA Academy just shared his work, also his studio work, as a link in this chat. Sheriff is asking, can you get a different side or view of the same image or building? You can technically, right? Where was I? You can technically, but it's not going to necessarily be like in the way that you think. You can't just turn around the image like a 3D model. What you can do is, we're gonna have to go to V5 for this. So I'll show you exactly how you can do that. Right. So I'll show you a kind of an example of how you can do that. It's not gonna be a fix. It's gonna be more of a patch, but you can sort of do that. So going back to this, the presentation, if you want to download your generations, you can do so by coming to this website here. And for the sake of this tutorial, I'm going to download the things that we generated without the blue dragons. So I'm just going to download that, and it's going to come straight to my downloads folder once it's zipped. And when you go to download, you'll find that it's a zipped file. If you're using Windows, you can press extract all. If you are using Mac, just right click and say extract. And then you'll be able to extract it. You can delete the zip file because all the images will be here. All right. So there you go. These are the images that we have created thus far. But we're gonna actually do some really cool stuff, right? So hold on to your boots because it's gonna get a lot more interesting. So the next thing that we're gonna do is upscale. Tina is asking, do you have to use a PC to do this, or can it be done on a Mac? You can use either, to be honest. You can use a Mac, you can use a PC. The reason why I'm using a PC as opposed to this computer, this is a very old Mac, so it's quite slow. So if you're switching from Midjourney to Crea to Photoshop, you might have to, use up a lot of RAM. So if you have a strong computer, whether it's a Mac or a PC, it's like either is fine. But in my experience, PC is better because they just have better chips for for rendering and things like that. So could you please also share with us the slides you're presenting? Yes, I will, definitely. After this, or I could do this while, yeah, let me do that now so that if anyone wants to follow, you can do so. So I'm gonna do that right now. Okay, can you position the Midjourney a bit to the top in your screen prompt field, a bit covered by the caption? Okay. Okay, let me just do that. Let me download it first, and then I'll go to, where's Midjourney? Midjourney is here. So I'm going to put that into resources. Downloads, there we go. Oh, okay, bear with me, guys. I'm just going to optimize my PDF so that I can share it with everyone, all the wonderful people in the chat. Compress. Okay, load. Okay, perfect. So okay, guys, if you want to follow along to the presentation using the PDF, it's available now in the resources panel within the Discord. Hopefully that helps. I have the same question, Sharif. Can we have pics from it? Can we have pics from an interior design? What was Sharif's question? What was Sharif's question? Okay, I'm not sure. I'll answer that in a second if it comes up again. But in terms of this, so we have, this is version 5, guys, right? So not version 6, this is version 5, the previous version. And I like the third one, so I'm just going to upload that. I'm going to upscale that. And once it's upscaled, I'm going to show you how to get some different views, right? Okay, so Melika is asking, I mean from different views. Yes. So this is what I mean, right? So if you want to have a slightly wider perspective of your building, you can do so by panning, right? So you can pan to the right and you can pan to the left. The thing is with this, it's going to expand the image. It's not going to move the camera. It's just going to expand the image. So it's going to change your aspect ratio as well. If you want to get a completely different side of the building per se, that, as I'm aware, is not possible. The closest thing that you can do to that is vary it, right? So when you vary it subtly, it's going to change the image slightly. So maybe that might give you a different perspective that you can maybe imagine that that's, a different side of the building. Bird's eye view, distant. Okay, Salman, thank you. Thank you for clarifying that or adding to that. You can add those specific commands or those specific words into the prompt. So for example, if you want to see an aerial view of that, so you can just add the same prompt. And this is going to take the Midjourney up because I think someone mentioned that the YouTube toolbar is blocking it. So what you can do is you can say something like an aerial view, right? Or, right, so view. So you could say something like aerial view of, right, beige hotel courtyard, right? So let's see what that comes up with. So this is, where did we, so this was the image that we upscaled and then we panned it to the right. Okay, so if you notice, it's the same image from this cutoff, right? From this place, but then to the right, what you have are 4 new generations that give you options of what you could see to the right if you were to pan the camera to the right. If you do it to the left, it's the same thing, right? So up until this point, it's the same image, but then when you go to the left, it's panned, right? So it's showing you what could be there on the left side. So it's not exactly changing the view of the building, but it's just giving you more information that you can work off of. And then now when we say aerial view and like different views, right view, left view, you can even say something like front view. So if you have like a shop, if you want to design maybe a shop front, you can say like street view, front view of the street, things like that. So the more information that you give Midjourney in your prompt, the better or the more accurate your images and your generations are going to be. But if changing the views, wouldn't it change the building's geometry? Yeah, keep in mind, like this building, when I said aerial view, it's not the same building as this one. These are completely different. These are 2 different prompts, right? These are 2 different buildings. It's like, again, it's up to you as the designer. You still have to make decisions. You still have to ask yourself, does this look similar enough such that I can take inspiration from these both images and stitch them together? Because if you're going to take this here and then create a building from it, you're still going to have to do most of the modeling, most of the work at the moment. The most this is going to do is it gives you an idea of what the facade is going to look like. And then you can start to actually visualize, what the interiors are going to look like, what the landscaping or what the exterior is going to be like. It's not the artificial intelligence at the moment is not going to do all the work for you. You still have to do some extra steps before you have an actual building. But this helps in terms of the concept phase. Midjourney really helps in terms of the concept generation, the form generation, and getting ideas across. So now we're going to go into something a bit more fun. We're going to start to refine our images, right? So we're going to do upscaling with Crea. What is Crea? Crea the revolutionary creative tool designed to empower users to generate high-quality visuals with an AI that is attuned to their unique styles, concepts, and products. So what does that mean for you? For architectural designers, this means giving your images an extra layer of realistic context. So it takes your image and it gives you more information, right? It adds detail to it. So I think someone was asking this question previously about whether or not you can change elements within the image itself. You can use Crea to kind of do that. I'll show you two other tools that you can use for this specific for that specific thing. But what Crea does is it adds context, it adds depth, and it upscales it. So if you can see, this is coming straight out of Midjourney. The one on the left, this is Midjourney, right? It's very blurry. All the figures look very noisy. They look really weird. Okay. But then on the right, you have a more refined, finished image where you actually have some panels for glass, right? You have some more definition. You have more definition of the floor, right? So now it looks like polished concrete. Over here, it kind of looks like marble or something. Here, it's a bit more defined. The people start to look like people, right? They're not just strange figures. And the way to get started with this is just by going to the website and signing up. The tip for this is that the beta is free. So you can use it for, I think, up to 50 images. You can use it for up to 50 images, but you should keep in mind that it's quite slow. Sometimes it doesn't even work. Sometimes it can take a really long time, like up to 30 minutes to an hour to generate. So don't rely on it 24/7, but it's a very, very strong, powerful tool. Carolina is asking, she couldn't find the PDF in the presentation. Let me show you where you can find it. It's in resources. It's just called synthetic vernacular compressed. And then once you click on it, it'll download, and then you can use it there. I hope that, yeah, no worries, Carolina. So let's go back to the presentation. That's how you use, so this is how you use Crea. Let me show you. So you can see I've used Crea to upscale a lot of my images. Let me show you some. You can use Crea to upscale your Midjourney generations, as you can see, right? So this is not a very good generation. I haven't really used this, to be honest, but as you can see, it's added more context. It's added people, it's added like structural elements. It's cleared it up. It makes it look better. The same thing here, right? Let me show you this building here. Can you put that in the chat? Can you put in the chat, please, the prompt used in the workshop? Yes, I can. I will do that now. So this is the version 5 prompt, right? So this is for V5. And then for V6, we have a slightly different prompt. Okay, no worries. So this is V6. So there's V5 and then there's V6. So going back to Crea. Okay, so as you can see, one on the left is straight out of Midjourney, right? The one on the right is out of Crea. It upscales it. It adds texture, right? So you see, you can have this I guess a fashion figure or fashion model posing. You have Midjourney on the left. You have Crea on the right. Now, one of the problems with Crea is that, like Midjourney, it has its biases in terms of artificial intelligence data training, right? So the data that's using to train, if you just tell it to enhance the image, it's just going to go off of the image that you give it, and it's not going to really give it more context. So as you can see from this image on the left, it's taken that face and it's given a much lighter face, which isn't what I wanted. I wanted it to kind of stay the same image as the one on the left. So you have to sometimes even tell it explicitly that you want, I think for this, I said a black woman posing. So you need to tell it or give it more information, because otherwise is going to allow its biases to change the image. So you need to be very, very careful when using these types of softwares because of the biases, right? So again, fashion images. So this one changes the texture of the material slightly, right? So now we're going to actually use one of the images that we created today. We'll use this one. Okay. And so this is the image that we're going to use. We're going to upscale this image. Before I press enhance, I'm going to show you some of the controls. So there are 4 main controls when it comes to Crea. Very similar to Midjourney or any other AI tool, you're going to have some degree of control that you can have with it. You have AI strength, you have upscaling factor, you have prompt, and you have negative prompt. So AI strength is basically the same as stylized in Midjourney. The higher the strength, the more creative it's going to be, the more rendered it's going to be. It's going to look more lively, right? The lower the strength, the more it's going to look like the original image, right? So if you imagine like you're just turning up the opacity. If you turn the AI strength down, it's going to look a lot like the original image. If you turn it up, it's going to look a bit different. Upscaling factor is going to upscale the image, right? You can do this by 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, however so many times you want. The prompt is essentially describing the image, right? If you want the image to look a specific way, or if you want to give it some added information, then you use the describe. The negative prompt is where you tell Crea that this is what you don't want, right? You tell Crea, for example, I don't want to see any birds. So it's not going to render any birds into the image. Or you tell Crea, I don't want to see any dogs, right? Just as an example. So this is what you can do. You can prompt it, and you can also have negative prompts. So considering that, we're going to add this, right? And no, Walter, no igloo this time. We're going to be using the oh, right. Okay, Walter, so I think what you mentioned was you want to say no igloo into negative prompt. So instead of saying no igloo, you just write igloo, right? So it's going to take that information and it's just going to create a negative to it automatically. So if you say negative prompt igloo, it's just going to say, okay, we're not going to have any igloos in this picture. AI strength, we're going to leave to 0.85. Upscaling factor, we're going to leave at 2. Prompt, we're going to say hotel courtyard with I don't know, curvy facade, right? We'll just say something like that. Hotel courtyard with curvy facade. And then we'll press enhance. Okay. So the first thing it's going to do is it's going to check the position because it's basically sending the image to the server or the cloud. And then it's going to, oh, thank you, Fatima. We just pressed the enhance button anyway. So we can add plants for the next one. So I'm going to just use a comma and say plants, right? So now it's enhancing. Usually on the clouds, there's anywhere from 5 jobs to 200, maybe even 1,000. So depending on how many people are using Crea at that moment will determine how fast your operation gets done. If there are 1,000 people waiting, then you might be in the queue for a while. But if there's nobody, like right now, then our job gets done faster. And I imagine because it's 30th of December, people are, celebrating New Year's, they're not really working. So most likely there's not going to be many people using it apart from us. So that's good for us. So it's just going to enhance. And while it does that, let me just go into here. And we'll be taking a short break in just about 5 to 10 minutes. So again, keep in mind at the back of your mind what you want to create, what you want to generate using Midjourney. Keep in mind what you want to create. If you come from a country that has a specific type of architecture, or if you maybe even if you just like a specific type, if you like a specific style, Gothic, Revival, I don't know, Chinese style architecture, whatever you want. Maybe, guys, add some styles into the chat. What are you thinking? What do you want to create? What do you want to generate? Anyone has any ideas yet? Deconstructivist. Ooh, interesting, Gary. That's a really interesting one. Sheriff says calligraphy inspired. That is really cool. Really cool. Modernism. Modernism. Nice. Gaudi. Tina likes Gaudi. Gaudi, Gaudi, Gaudi. There's one of my friends called Aaron and his girlfriend Ariadna. They run a page called Gaudism on Instagram. You should check them out. Gaudism. All right, gaudism.ai. All right. Tina, check them out. They're really cool. Biophilia, Gerard, that's a good choice. Oh, I like that. Iranian style. Nice. Using traditional glue. Interesting. I'd love to see that. Retro futuristic cyberpunk Africanism. Lewis, I really like your style. I want to see that. Indian Nassim, nice, nice, nice. Aerial view of city master plan and the sunset on the beach. Interesting. Dolphin. That's an interesting one. Dolphin architecture. Or it's like is the blowhole gonna be like the chimney? I'm quite interested to see what's that about. Steampunk, Sahelian West African architecture. Yes, Mariam. Power to the people. There's some Sahelian West African architecture out here. I can't be the only one. I need some more guys. I need some more people. Salman, welcome back. We were just talking about what we want to create after the break. So we're going to take a break in like 5 minutes after this is done rendering. And you guys are going to do some generating of your own. So just add in the chat anything that you think you want to generate. Nene says biophilic. Interesting. Yeah. Love biophilic. Got to get some organic architecture. MC Escher. I've always been interested in that, Graham. The MC Escher, like those staircases that just go into oblivion. Like I don't know how those work. How would that work, like structurally? Can you explain that? Like, how would is it possible to make something like that? Because like for example, if you've ever watched Harry Potter, and they've got those staircases that move, is that something that you could do? Like the staircases move to make it impossible. Iranian parametric carpet, that's interesting. Karim Rashid style. Man, you guys are teaching me some stuff today. Kareem Rashid style. Never seen it. Oh, interesting. Very futuristic, very colorful, very, very, very cool, very punk. This reminds me of I think his name is Adam Nathaniel Furman. Yeah, that's his name. Adam Nathaniel Furman. If you know him, he has a similar style. Interesting, interesting. Biomimicry, yes. Salman, what type of biomimicry? What type of animals? Interesting thing that I learned the other day, if anyone's interested. I learned that blue morpho butterflies aren't actually blue, right? So apparently the blue is coming from how light is interacting with the molecular or the physical structures of their wing. So it's reflecting in a specific wavelength that's giving off the blue hue, but it's not actually blue, it's actually brown. So I learned this just the other day, guys. Hassan Fadi, that is one of my favorite people, Hassan Fadi. Man, that is a incredible choice. We could have conversations about Hassan Fadi for ages. Hassan Fadi, he has a quote. He said, "Build your architecture from what is beneath your feet." He is a OG, Pierre Luigi Nervi. Alex you have a very, very special guy there. If anyone doesn't know Pierre Luigi, this is his stuff. This is his definitely he is a legend. Absolute legend. Look at this. Look at this. Like, we don't have this type of architecture anymore. We really don't. Saarinen, yes. Saarinen. That's the TVA guy, or TWA, sorry. TVA. Ha. I was thinking of time the time variance authority. Has anyone watched Loki? What do you guys think? Yes, Kyle. Yeah. It's crazy because when you actually look at the building itself, it somehow kind of looks like the TVA, right? Like, can you look at it? Look at that. It kind of looks like the TVA. Look at that. Uh, I don't know who, maybe the architect behind it. TVA is incredible. Yeah, 70s. Oscar Niemeyer. Oscar Niemeyer. Man, you guys are teaching me today. I don't know what this is. Oh, okay, Brazilian architect. Nice. Nice. I've never been to Brazil. Is anyone Brazilian in the chat? Anyone Brazilian? Oh, you're Brazilian, Monica. Nice. Oh, nice. Two Brazilians. You guys need to link up. If I ever come to Brazil, I'll holler at you guys. Good architect, bad urban planner. She's story about the ideas of Nervi. I largely forgotten. So Maya Al Dabak Tedao Ando. Interesting. You know what I love? I really love like these very minimal Islamic architecture where it's like just white stone, kind of like the is it the Abu Dhabi Mosque? I think the Mariam Mosque, Mosque of Mariam. Brasilia is amazing. You should visit. It's on my list. Which city? Okay, Brasilia is the city, so I should go to Brasilia. What other cities are there? Santiago, Calatrava. Yes, 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 yes. Guys, this is a Gergash Mosque. Okay, so that's called the Gergash Mosque. Cool. Now I know. It's beautiful. There was a guy who mentioned something about calligraphy earlier. Um, this is, something that maybe you could take some inspiration from. Antonio Sant'Elia. Antonio Sant'Elia. Ottoman style architecture. You should visit the African Heritage Museum in Sao Paulo. Oh, you guys have an African Heritage Museum in Sao Paulo? Cool. Very cool. Ah, I've seen this building, the floating building. I've seen this in on Instagram. Very, very cool. Very cool. Patrick Schumacher, yes. Yes, 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 yes. I was in a thing with it was basically in the metaverse. This company called Metrotopia, which is the metaverse company by Zaha Hadid Architects. And one of the, I guess, ZHA code, or the parametric code arms of Zaha Hadid, one of the guys from there called Shajay Bhujan was talking about a lot of the work that they're doing at ZHA. And a lot of the stuff that they're using artificial intelligence for is like really like pioneering, like cutting edge. If you guys think Midjourney is cool, like look up Shajay Bhushan, like the work that he's doing. And he put me onto some really cool stuff. You mentioned that Patrick Schumacher just released another book, right? He released another book called Tectonism, Architecture for the 21st Century. So if you're interested, definitely check that book out. Just published in October, not too long ago. Right. I have a contribution. Not only can you cite architects, but also designers. I use movie directors and industrial designers to prompt. Interesting. Louis, guys, drop your Instagram handles. If you've got work that you'd like to share, drop your Instagram handles. Let's all kind of, form a community. And if you have some interesting work, I'll give you a follow. Like your stuff. Majar, Majara DXB. Narain, I know you. I saw your comment earlier. Thank you. I commented on Neil Leach's photo and you commented on that, I believe. If that was you, just drop me a chat. Oh yeah. Coco Chanel all the way. Come on. Nice. Nice. Sick. I'm gonna follow you guys up after the chat, after this. Photoshop beta, generative fill tool. Do you guys think that we should start a Twitch? Have you guys ever seen Twitch? Do you guys know any good Twitchers? Okay, yeah. So guys, this is what I meant by Crea can sometimes take a while. So it says fail to complete within 10 minutes. So you see, if it doesn't finish the job within 10 minutes, then it just fails, right? It just has a runtime error. So that's one of the major problems. I'm gonna try it again. So we got 9 minutes until the break. I'm gonna try it again. If it doesn't work, then we're just gonna have to do without Crea for today. And hopefully maybe in the next workshop, then we can see maybe Crea even has another version that comes out. Who knows? Or what I will do is I will show you how to use Photoshop beta to enhance your photos, right? So while that's loading, I'm going to show you that. I'm going to show you how to do that. So this is the photo that we had. I'm going to put it into Photoshop. By the way, this is Photoshop beta. There's a difference between Photoshop and Photoshop beta. Photoshop is majorly an photo editing tool. It has some 3D components to it, but for the most part, it's just editing the photo. And most of you will already know or have used Photoshop, so I don't need to really explain it into too much detail. But what we're going to do is we're just going to put our image onto this artboard here. If you're wondering why I'm using this specific aspect ratio, it's because I'm planning to share my work, obviously, to Discord channel. Yes. Guys, please listen to PA Academy, right? Like drop your Instagram handle into the Discord channel because I will be going back and following everyone. Mary YYB, I think I saw your message earlier. If that's you, just drop me a message, right? I think I saw your message. You said you like my work. Thank you. I appreciate that. But yeah, drop your Instagram handles into the Discord so that I can, the Discord link is there so that I can follow you guys afterwards. Right. So we've got this really cool image here, as you can see. As I was saying, right? So the reason why I have this size of image, right? So I've got an image that is 1350 by 1080p, right? So that's 1350 pixels by 1080. 1080 width, 1350 height or length. The reason why I'm using that is because Instagram basically has two ways for you to upload an image, right? You can or three ways. You can either do the aspect ratio at 16:9, so it looks very movie-like, cinematic. You can do 4:5, right? So it looks like, like this. So this is 4:5 aspect ratio. Or you can do 1:1, which is basically a square, right? So those are the three aspect ratios that you can use for Instagram to post a photo, right? For Reels, it's different. For Reels, it's 9:16, right? The same as TikTok or YouTube Shorts, it's 9:16, right? So for this tutorial, we're going to be using 4:5, which is 1350 by 1080. So if you go to Photoshop and you create a new one, right, it's going to ask you to add your pixel length or your dimensions, and then you just say width 1080, height 1350, Boom, that's your image. Okay, so I have a filter here just to make the image a bit more contrast, add some contrast to the image. So if you can see that, great. If not, too bad. It's basically just adding a bit of contrast to the image. Now, what I want to do is I want to show you how you can start to add elements into your images or remove elements from your images. Okay, so let's say, for example, you get this render, you get this image in Photoshop, and there's something missing, right? You want to see some birds. You want to see some birds flying. Okay, so you want to see some birds flying over here. What you're going to do is you're going to use this select tool, right? You can use this rectangular marquee tool, or you can use the quick select tool, right? Like this. But I'm going to use the rectangular one. You just select a portion of the image that you want to edit. So we're going to choose the sky because we want to add birds. And then you go down here, you're going to see a prompt that says generative fill. Okay? So you're going to click on that. The reason why we're using Photoshop beta as opposed to Photoshop is because Photoshop doesn't have this feature, right? So Photoshop beta has this feature. Photoshop beta has this feature, and also Adobe Firefly. And I'll show you the Adobe Firefly version in a second, but we're going to use Adobe Photoshop beta right now. So what we're going to say is birds flying. Very simple, straightforward, birds flying. Boom. It takes less than 60 seconds, roughly 15 to 30. And within a very short space of time, we have an image generated. Right? So there were people asking earlier about being able to change and add and edit elements of the interior design or things of that nature. This is how you do it. Okay, you just select the image or the part of the image that you want to change, and then where did my chat go? Oh. Where did the chat go? Sorry, guys, I'm just looking for the chat. I've lost you guys. Where did the chat go? Okay, there we are. Cool. Just wanted to get the chat going. It's great, but I'll have to drop to run it and errand. Okay, Mika Mentor, it was great seeing you. Thank you for joining. Hopefully we'll see you in the next one. Make sure to drop your IG in the Discord. I'll just go back to here. Again, if you guys have any questions, please do add it to the chat. Check in the chat regularly. So yeah, if you can see my screen, this is basically how you can add elements to your pictures in Photoshop using Photoshop beta generative fill. But there's something missing, right? So I'm looking at a bunch of birds and I'm looking at them flying, right? They have their silhouettes, looks all great, but there's something off. Birds don't just fly and then stay stuck in the air, just stationary. Usually they're going to be moving or they're in motion. So there's going to be some motion blur. There's two ways to do this, right? The first way is to take what you just generated, right? And you just go to filter and then you add some motion blur to it. It's automatically going to add some blur, and you can vary this. Obviously, you can go all the way up or you can go all the way down, right? So you could do something like that. Or you can say birds flying, just add a comma, say motion blur, right? So you can add post-processing details to the prompt within the generative fill tool that will give you results that have different filters like motion blur, which didn't work all too well right now, but you can kind of get the idea, right? So it's got some motion blur there. I'm just going to generate it again so that, yeah, Nurain, it's unreal. Like they added this, I think, either earlier this year or late last year. and I've been using it since then. It's an incredible tool, but it doesn't just stop at adding birds. Okay, I'm gonna show you some real cool stuff, guys. Prepare to have your mind blown today. Okay, this is gonna blow your mind. Just by creating this rectangle selection, you can directly write the prompt. Or is there a command in between? There is no command in between, right? All you need to do is use the rectangular selection tool. It should be standard in every software. Tell me about it. Molikat, please, I'll add your Instagram to the Discord channel so that it can be saved. My birds look scary. Yours look nice. Same command. Tina, if you can take a screenshot, please do add it to the Discord so we can see. Okay, so let me do some more editing, right? So it's good, but there's something missing, right? I want to add some context, right? If you have ever been to architecture school and you have a crit and you make some really nice drawing, or you have some really nice building or this really nice render, and you take it to your tutors and they just look at it and they're like, yeah, exactly, Salman. They're gonna ask, what's the human scale? What's the figure? Like, you have to have some you have to have some context so that you can actually see how big the building is or something like that. So we're gonna add a person chilling. Let's say a person walking, right? Or person standing, right? So you can go into a bit more detail. You can define the gender, the style of the clothing, and stuff like that. I'm just gonna say a person standing for the sake of this tutorial because we're supposed to take a break right now. And there we go. So the days of having to go to Google or stock photos, crop out the background, take it into Photoshop, reduce the opacity, change the blending setting, those days are over. Okay, yeah, right? It's a game changer, absolute game changer. Those days are over. All you need to do is take a selection of the image, you add or you prompt it for whatever you want to see, right? And then it creates this, it generates the image in place, in situ, while also it's reflective of the surrounding image. So as you can see, the lighting is roughly accurate, right? The lighting is accurate. If I asked it to add reflection, it would do that, right? So it can add reflection for me. Okay, so I'm just gonna do one more. Monica, yeah, it's a happy day, honestly. I'm happy that you guys are happy. Happy that you're happy to see this because honestly, I when I first saw it, I was like, wow, it honestly is a game changer. Okay, let's see. Where's that guy? I'm happy with this person here. Let's see, what can we add? What can we add? Guys, what can we add to this photo? Use your imagination, right? What do you want to see in a photo that, if you were to do this on your own, it would take you ages. I couldn't access it from Iran. Mirzad, what are you talking about? You want to add what exactly? A person in the balcony and a waterfall? We're going to do both, okay? We're going to do both, okay? So we're going to add a person overlooking balcony. Okay, we'll do that. So AI Photoshop. Okay, Mirzad. Question: do you have access to to the Creative Cloud, or is it just that tool? Because if you have access to Creative Cloud, then you can use Adobe Firefly instead. Right. So we've added a person to the balcony. Looking good. How about up lighting the greenery? Okay, up lighting. So that's, I guess, increasing the lighting. What we'll do, like, let's add a waterfall, right? Let's add that waterfall. Okay. And guys, we're gonna have to break in like a minute. So just after this, right? So that everyone can take a little break if you want to get some coffee or get some food, because hello, I just joined the lecture. Are you able to modify the building facade to give it more detail? Yes, you can. Yes, you can, Marta. And I'll show you that after the break. Okay. So we've added for anyone who's just joining or who's just seeing this for the first time, we've added three things. We added two people, we added birds, and we added a waterfall, right? But unfortunately, this is where we have to take a break. And then when we come back, we'll get back to it. We'll add some more stuff to this photo. We'll go into Midjourney and you guys will create some really stunning and cool stuff. Thanks for so much. I have to go. Thank you, Jeffrey, for coming on a Saturday and giving us your time. Yeah, it's definitely marvelous. How long break? That's a good question. I think we'll break for 15 minutes. So it's 4:35 now. We'll come back at 4:50. And then we'll take it from there, right? So yeah, we'll come back at 4:50 GMT. So that's in 15 minutes. Thank you for everyone who's leaving us and for everyone who's coming back. Looking forward to seeing you 15 minutes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Trying to. Okay, guys, I'll see you in 15 minutes. Hello. Um, hello, everyone. Thank you. Okay, perfect. My video's starting. Okay, perfect. So, yes, we are back. We are back. We are back. Hey guys, is everyone back? Let me know if you guys are back so we can get started. Awesome. Nice. Nice. How's everyone's break? Awesome coffee? Awesome food? If so, what'd you get? I got some coffee. Mm. Cheers, Nuran. What type of coffee? How'd you take your coffee? Turkish coffee, nice. I need to try that. Need to try that. Chai tea. What a distinguished gentleman. Chai tea. I haven't had chai tea in a while. I need to have some. The last time I had chai tea was in I want to say Hackney. I was doing a site analysis with my friend Ian. We had some chai tea. It's trying to do an image and expired my three numbers, I guess. Um, were you trying to do one with Midjourney or Crea? I got Turkish coffee. Yes, guys, everyone in Turkey, we need to have like a meetup. If when I come to Turkey, we all need to have a meetup in Istanbul. We can have some Turkish coffee, and then we'll go to Brazil, and then we'll go to, um, I guess I don't know where they serve chai tea mostly, but and then Colombia. Yes, so while we're in Brazil, it's close. We'll just jump on a plane. Okay, guys. While we're here, I want to show you what you can do with Crea. Yeah, Los Angeles, definitely. Um, so while we're here, I want to show you what we can do with Crea, right? So if you can see on the left-hand side, that's the input image, right? That's what we got straight out of Midjourney. On the right-hand side is what we've just generated with Crea, or rather what we upscaled. So a few things to point out. Firstly, you can see the tile or the stone paving on the floor. It's a lot more detailed. You can see even the dirt that's coming out in between the different tiles, right? You can see the greenery, the grass. It's a lot more detailed. It has a bit more lighting to it, right? It's more refined. The furniture is slightly changed, which is fine. We can choose to remove it, or we can choose to add more when we go into Photoshop. So keep in mind, the workflow that we can have with this isn't necessarily like linear, right? So I just want to take you back to this slide here, where you can see, where is it? It's over here somewhere, right? There we go. So where you can see these different workflows, right? It's not linear. You can go back and forth, right? So when we finish in Midjourney, we go into Crea. We can go from Crea to Photoshop, from Photoshop to Crea. We can kind of go back and forth. So yeah, this is a really cool image, I think, that Crea has generated for us. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to download this, and it should save or download soon. Sometimes it doesn't download automatically, so you have to right click and press save image. So now we're gonna come back to Photoshop, and we're gonna create. It's gonna merge these layers, and we're gonna add the image that we just created from from Crea. And we're just going to resize it. Boom. There we go. Jacqueline is asking, is there any way to upscale in preview with minor changes? I'm trying to upscale an image with a person and the person is completely changed. If it's completely changed, or if there's an element that you want to change, I'd recommend just putting it into Photoshop or Adobe Firefly, because then you can actually go in and start to change specific parts of the image. So for example, if there's a person that's changed, you can always, change them back or remove them entirely. So the first thing I want to do is I want to show you what happens when you don't explicitly put a prompt. So let's say, for example, we have these trees here. And if I select them with the lasso tool, right, and I press generative fill, but I don't put a prompt in, I just press generate. I want to show you what happens. It's a very interesting that happens. Can anyone guess what happens? Yeah, exactly. It removes it. And yeah, so you're both right. It removes it and it matches the context. So what happens is it just disappears. And you have these three different options of how you want to style it, right? So you have, I like this first one, so I'm just going to leave it like that. And you could do the same thing. Let's say, for example, with this piece of furniture, I don't really like it. I want to see what the generator can come up with. So when I press generate, it's going to give me three different options of what could potentially be there. And it's gone, right? And then it just kind of tries to imagine what the background would look like. And you can do this with any photo, right? Like if we really wanted to, we could do this with half the image. I wouldn't recommend it, but hypothetically, you could pretty much change the entire image just by selecting. I say that I wouldn't recommend it because I think with that tool, it's best for very small and minute changes, right? It's best for really small and minute changes, but you could do things like this, okay? The reason why it's also not good for large changes is because the generator within Photoshop isn't as powerful as the one in Midjourney. So it's very good, like I said, for very small, minute changes, but terrible when it comes to, large scale changes. So I like this image. So I'm going to add maybe a person standing. Guys, give me some suggestions on what type of person. Give me some suggestions on, their age, their gender, what they should be wearing, where they should be from, what they're looking at, what they're doing. Are they walking a dog, right? Are they holding some coffee? Are they pointing at something? Give me some suggestions. A nomadic woman. That's an interesting one. A nomadic woman taking a picture. An old nomadic woman taking a picture while walking with their cat. Okay, I'm going to use those. An old, I don't think they're going to understand what nomadic means. So I'm just going to say an old woman taking a selfie, right? And walking her cat. And okay, you know what? I'm just going to say walking cat and cat walking rather, should we say, and cat walking. With pink hair, right? A woman with a large hat, old woman with pink hair. Well, we're gonna destroy this generator. Let's see what happens. Yeah, that's a good point, Mohammed. You just mentioned that Photoshop generative fill caps it by 10 to 20, 10, 24 pixels. So after that, it gets a bit blurry. So as you can see, we get an old woman walking a cat, taking a selfie. Now, it's not the best image. Yeah, it's funny. It's not the best of, images, right? But this is just to show you that this is what you can do with, with Photoshop. A Mandalorian. I like what you're thinking. I'm going to I'm gonna add a Mandalorian walking, right? Let's see what happens. Frank, I like your suggestion. What? That's not a Mandalorian. I have no idea what that is. I think maybe this looks like Kim Kardashian. Maybe it took Mandalorian as Kardashian. Let's see. Zaha Hadid walking a cat. Okay. Zaha Hadid walking a cat. Now, I don't think that it's going to work. Okay, no, it's gonna work. Okay. Sometimes when you use people's names, it catches that and it has like a moderator. So if you use a name, then it might not work. I'm not sure why that didn't work, but that's fine, guys. Yeah, that that's not Zaha. We're gonna leave it as it is. I like this picture, right? So it's a guy who just come out of his house. He's got a cat. They're walking, right? What we'll do? What's Jar Jar Binks? Let me see. Should we add a shadow? Let's see. Let's add a shadow. Okay, guys. This is just for like this is a for the purpose of this tutorial. I want to show you like the capabilities um of the generative fill tool, right? And after this, I'm going to also show you how to use Adobe Firefly because that one, what? Well, that didn't work, did it? Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Oh, there's some Jedis. That's a Jedi. Jar Jar Binks is a Jedi. Oh, okay, cool. I need to catch up with some TV shows, guys. Give me some suggestions while we're at it. Okay, for some reason, this is not working the way that I imagined it would, but that's fine. This is Carolina, you gave a suggestion. What was your suggestion? I wanted to see how the reflection of the glass reacts. That's a very interesting one. Okay. Let's see. The refraction of the glass. So what I'll do, I'll take, actually, yeah, I'll take this here and I'll say, woman standing behind glass. So you can see what it would look like behind the glass for the person inside. Yeah, come on, I got you. I think got confused about all our suggestions. Oh wow, this is guys. I hope there's no one under 18 here. That was a bit PG. Let's say person standing behind glass. Uh, I need to watch Foundation Series 1. Funnily enough, I've actually watched the first episode and I really liked it. I haven't had the time to watch the remaining though, but I'm gonna get back into that. So as you can see, you can start to actually play around with it and get people behind the glass with step lights. Okay, let's see. Let's see that step lights. No worries, Carolina. So you can definitely like play around. You can get people, in spaces. So let's see. Doesn't always work the way that you'd expect it to. That's why, needs a bit of creativity and a bit of patience as well. Okay, I'm just gonna remove that. Well, someone mentioned Christmas tree in the yard. Okay, let's add that. Okay, Christmas tree. Is that how you spell Christmas? I think so. Okay. Hmm. Okay. What do you think of that? Good Christmas tree? What do you think? No? Not bad. Doesn't seem real enough. Um, okay, what can we say? What can we add? A Christmas cactus. I like where your mind's at. Okay. A Christmas cactus. Let's see. If that doesn't work, we're gonna leave it at the third one. And Abdul Samad said that we should add some Southern Lights. Okay. Just because we share a name, I'm gonna do that for you. Uh, yeah, nah. I think this one's fine. This looks good. So we're gonna add some. Wait, what did you say? Did you say Southern Lights or Northern Lights? Southern Lights. I think. Do you mean Northern Lights? Like the thing that you see at the Bermuda Triangle? Or yeah, Aurora Borealis. That's what I meant. I hope that's what you meant. Southern Lights. Hmm. Okay, this is it's getting a bit weird. Um, what else? What else? What else? What can we add? Ceiling light above the steps. Okay. Ceiling light. Let's go ceiling. Ceiling light. A bike. Where should we add a bike? Recessed LED lighting. Guys, this isn't a, Photoshop isn't a architectural assistant, you know? It's not as spotlights. Yeah, okay, that's a good suggestion. Vegetation on the balcony, a fountain. I'm gonna take two more. Think, okay, yeah, what I did was actually wrong. So you have to have like a smaller selection if you want to have something small. So I'm gonna say spotlight, something like that. A koi pond, vegetation on the balcony. It's already got vegetation on the balcony. Rain. Yeah, there we go. Something like that. Uh, okay, you know what? Let's see what a koi pond would look like. Koi pond. After this, I'm gonna take this into Runway so that I can show you how to take an image and make a video. Can we take a set of areas for one prompt? Wow, that did not work out the way that I thought it would. Let's try that again. Alex, what do you mean? Can we take a set of spotlights? I guess so. Yeah. Do you mean like just select an area and say a set of spotlights? Is that what you mean? Oh, in different locations. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I see what you mean. So yeah, what you could do is something like this. So you select and then you hold down shift and then you select another area and then you select another area. And then if you want to deselect, you just press control. Oh, sorry, not control, alt. You press and hold alt and then it removes that place. Right, yeah. Can you say Starry Night? Let's see. Let me try. I'm gonna leave the koi fish there. I think they looks very Dali-esque. Let's see. Starry Night. Starry Night. What's everyone doing over New Year's? Anyone going to see the fireworks? What are your plans? Nice. Okay. This is this is all I'm doing. This is what we're doing. What if you make the pond first, then you add the fish? Good suggestion. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. One. Obviously, going to the fireworks. Nice, nice. The Key West fireworks. Where's that? Where's Key West? Key West, sorry. Yeah, Luis, it does. It adds them up as layers so you can pick and select which ones you want to show or which ones you want to remove. Okay, yeah, so that looks good. What do you guys think? It adds them up as layers, and when you're finished, you can select them all and then merge layers, and then it becomes one layer. But I'm gonna just leave them as layers for now. Oh, there's no civilian fireworks. Oh, shame. To be honest, I don't know if you can do civilian fireworks in the UK either. I haven't ever tried. Key West is the southernmost tip of the USA. Interesting. Whereabouts is that? Is that Texas? Like next to Mexico? Or like which coast is that on? I'm gonna add some koi fish. I see off of Florida. Nice. I've been to Florida. I went to the Disney, um, what do you call it? Uh, what do you call it? The Disney thingy thing where people go to stay when I was younger. Disney World, yes. Let's see. What happened to Uni Rain? Okay, let me try one more. Guys, who has a very, very unique nationality? Somewhere that's very unique that you don't see people from there often, like Mauritania or something. If you think you have a very unique nationality, put in the chat. Snow deprived. Jordan. Jordan is quite unique actually. Peru, wow, that's very unique. Never met someone from Peru. Argentina, yeah, definitely very unique. Belgium, Panama, Emirati. Emirati, what? You people exist. I've never seen an Emirati before. That's incredible. Welcome. Bolivia, UK, India, Israel, Malta, Kampala, Uganda, Panama, Iran, Qatari, Sudan, Albania, Tanzania, India, Korea, Portugal, Egypt, Nepal. Nice. We're so international, guys. Lebanon, literally the whole world. Can you guys do emojis? Just yeah, exactly, like the emojis. Use the emojis. We'll play a game, and you show me the flag, and I'll try and guess what country. Okay. And while we do that, I'm gonna take this image, gonna export it, and put it in. Let's say not this, not that one. Events, academies, workshop files. Okay. Photoshop _1. Okay, nice. You got the flags. Okay, Nurain, that's Egypt, yeah. Greta, that looks like France. Yeah, that looks like France. Khalid, that looks like Sudan. I think that's Sudan. Tell me if I'm right, by the way. Tharva, that's India. Yeah, shout out my Indians. Fatim, that's Iran. Anil, that looks like Nepal. Nice. Enrico, Albania. Come on, you got the vultures. Are you excited for Kanye's new album? Al Bandari, that's Qatar or Bahrain. I don't know. Tell me if I'm right. Mohammed, I can't lie. I don't know where that is. I've never seen that flag before. Gonna have to tell me what that is. Jacob, that is a difficult one. Slovenia? It's not Russia. Is this Serbia? What is it? Sheila, Switzerland. Welcome, welcome, Switzerland. Ukraine, it's Syria, but it looks like Sudan. Ah, okay. Interesting. Sabine, Lebanon. Mariam, Nigeria. Shout out Nigeria. Catalina, Mexico. That looks like Mexico. Qatar, right? Nice. Werner, I'm gonna guess that's Belgium. Mutambuzi, that is Uganda. Yes. Luis Cueva. I don't know what that flag is, but you did say something like either Bolivia or Peru. Is that Peru? Mohammed Austria. Okay, interesting. Frank Zhu, Germany. Tina, you're Lebanese with American. Nice. Alejandro, Colombia. Nice. Egypt right now. Uh, Monica, Argentina. Monica, Nigeria. Wow. More Nigerians. Big up. Victor, United States. Luis, Peru. It's a Canadian flag without the leaf. Ah, okay. Interesting. I'll remember that. Okay. I'll do the rest in a second. I just need to upload this to Runway. And while you guys add your flags, I want to show you how Runway works. So I'm just going to come to the presentation. And if you guys are struggling or if you're stuck, Runway, all all these slides are in the document on the Discord. Okay, so Runway. What is Runway? Runway platform for designers to use machine learning tools in intuitive ways without any coding experience for media ranging from video, audio to text. That's a nice way to say that you can take your images or text and turn them into video, as well as a lot of other stuff, which we'll go into in a second. And if you want to use Runway, all you need to do is go to the web page and go from there. I recently found out that Runway has been around for a while. So nothing new, but definitely one of the more interesting tools for AI content creation. So how do you use it? To get started, all you need to do is go to the website. I'm already a member, or I'm already signed up. I already have an account. If you don't have an account, you're going to have to sign up with your email or Google or whatever. And then once you're in Runway, you're going to have access to all of these different tools. Granted, it's trial based, so you get a certain number of credits. After you elapse those credits, then you're going to have to start paying for a subscription. So the type of content that you can actually create with Runway is something like this. If you've never used it before, you don't know what it is. Like I said, it takes your text or it takes your images and turns them into videos. And you have a great deal of control over how the video is generated, or how the motion of the camera while the video is moving, or while the video is in motion. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to Gen 2, right? So it has this prompt field here, right? Much like Midjourney, or roughly like Midjourney, you're able to upload a file. And we're going to do that by going to where we just came from. So bear with me. So today's workshop files. It's going to put this image, the one that we just created in Photoshop beta, right? And there's a few ways that you can do this, okay? So let me just come here, right? So when you start using Runway, you're gonna have a lot of control. I recommend to just start by using this general motion, and then later on go into camera motion or director mode, where you can have more control over what you want to see. So to give you an example of what this camera motion, what this means is, general motion will essentially give your video motion, and it allows Runway to imagine or decide what type of motion it gives you, right? So the lower the scale, or the lower the number, then the lower the motion, right? The less motion. The higher the number, right? The more motion, okay? And then if you want to have more specific control, right? Then you go into camera motion, where you can start to do things like roll the camera in a specific direction, right? You can zoom it in and out, right? You can tilt it, right? Forwards or backwards, the same way you would use a camera, like a camcorder, right? And you can pan, right? Horizontal and vertical. So you have all of these different control commands that you can use. But for the sake of this tutorial, we're not going to use that yet. We're just going to use general motion. And we're going to say general motion to the power of 2, right? With a vector of 2. And we're going to generate 4 seconds. You're only able to generate 4 seconds at a time. If you want to generate more than 4 seconds of one video, you need to upgrade it. And that allows you to generate 8 seconds, 12 seconds, 16 seconds, and so on and so forth. So you do it in multiples of 4. So we're going to press generate, and it's going to start generating. And thank you for all the flags. I think Abdul Samad, that must be Pakistan, right? And then that's Turkey, and then Argentina, and then British Lebanese living in Milan. Milan sounds like a nice country. What's Milan like, Mark? And very shortly, probably in the next 10, 15 minutes, we'll start generating some stuff in Midjourney. Okay, Brasilia. Yeah, it's great, especially for design and creativity. Oh, nice. Nice. Okay, guys, are you ready for the moment of truth? So now it generated our video very quickly, and now we can press it. Yes, Alex, let's go. Okay, let's go. Drum rolls, please. Let's press it. Wow. Well, that did not go as planned. Or at least it's not terrible, but it's not great, right? So yeah, wow, it's something. It's something. Mine is still no video. What do you mean, Tina? Did it not work? So didn't work. Interesting. Did you press generate? The guy is drunk, just stumbling home, and his wife is just looking out the window like, "Oh, not this again." The koi fish, though, yeah, it just disappears. So, the pool is drunk. So what we're gonna do, I'm gonna take you guys into camera motion and also motion brush. So part of the reason why you don't necessarily want to use general motion is because you give all the creative control to Runway, and Runway basically has to decide what elements should move, how it should move, where it should move, and so on. But if you want to have greater control, you can use the motion brush, which is kind of like with the select tool in Photoshop, where you can actually select the bits that you want to move and the bits that everything else will kind of stay the same. So let's start off with just the person and say we want that person to move with a proximity, perhaps let's say a Z proximity of 1. So if you use 3D modeling softwares like Rhino, Blender, 3ds, any 3D modeling software, you'll know that there's the X, the Y, and the Z axis, right? So the X is horizontal, the Y is vertical, and then the Z is kind of protruding in and out. So it's the same thing within this 2D space. It gives you the ability to move objects or elements within 3D space, roughly. So if you say move it with the proximity on the Z-axis by 1.1, then it's going to move that figure 1.1 closer to us or closer to the camera. Either closer or further away. I can't remember, but one of the two. So we're going to say save. And the camera motion, we're going to say that we want the camera to zoom in. So zoom in. I think that's zoom in or zoom out, either one of the two. So we're just gonna do two variables. So Narain, just to give you, so if anyone missed how I selected the guy, if you come to motion to motion brush, right? So that's this thing here on the control screen. And then you click on this button here. So not this one, but this one. Then you can start to pick and choose what you want to move, right? So you can use the eraser to remove the person. And in fact, what I'll do is I'll increase the size of the brush and I'll select this starry night, right? So let's say we want the night to be moving. Did anyone watch that that TV show, Moon Knight? Was it Night Moon? Moon Knight by Disney. And there was like this scene where the sky was just moving rapidly. Anyone remember that? But yeah, that's what it's called. Moonlight. Was it called Moonlight? Yes, someone remembers. Okay, so we're gonna try and replicate that and save and then generate. Let's see what happens. Much like Midjourney, it also takes roughly 60 seconds. But it doesn't tell you how many seconds or how, it doesn't show you how long it takes. It just says the percentage. And we'll just wait for that to come through. We have about an hour and a half left. So in a minute, we're going to start doing the generating. So you guys are going to do some generating. And by the end of it, we'll have a lot of content, a lot of stuff. So let's see. Okay, drum roll. Let's see what we've got. Interesting. So this guy is, I don't know what's going on with him. He's time slipping. Then we have a shooting star. We have a shooting star. He's doing the moonwalk exactly. I like the tree. It's kind of like moving with the wind. Yeah, he's dancing. So that's just to give you an example of how Runway works. Let's try and do one more. I'm gonna try and do one more. And I'm gonna say I'm gonna reverse the trajectory. And then I'm gonna reverse the zoom as well. I want it to be zooming out, not zooming in. And we'll try one more. And while that happens, I want to quickly show you how to use Adobe Firefly. Adobe Firefly is pretty much the exact same as generative fill with Photoshop Beta, only that it's online. So it's completely hosted online as opposed to actually having to download the software. And I think it's free. Maybe I've missed it, but why is it only 4 seconds long? Good question, Alex. So the reason why it's 4 seconds, they give you 4 seconds for each generation. That's kind of like their rule, or that's how much they're willing to give. But if you want to make it longer than 4 seconds, then you can make it 8 seconds, 12 seconds, 16 seconds, 20 seconds, and so on in multiples of 4. But the minimum is 4 seconds. But if you want to have more than 4 seconds, then you have to upgrade it. I think the subscription is something like $12. Wow, that's $15. $15 per month. Okay. So now So this is, a bit more stable, right? It's zooming out. The guy is actually walking in the right direction. Um, we're seeing some trees appear from the left side, right? It looks a bit better. What do you guys think? It looks a bit better. It could be better, but it looks good. It looks better than the first one. And if we had more time, we could just keep iterating. We could just keep working on this, right? We could, use the motion brush and select, in detail his figure or whatnot. We could change the proximity just to ambient noise, right? So we could do a lot. I'll just do one more. But I want to show you this software here. It's called Adobe Firefly. And the way that it works is the same as the generative fill tool with Photoshop Beta, but instead of using the lasso, right, you're essentially erasing things. Okay, you're erasing things. So let's say, for example, what do you guys want to change? What do you guys want to see in this photo? All right. Do you want let's do a waterfall. Okay. Let's do a waterfall. Give me suggestions of what you guys want to see. All right. Let's say a waterfall. Okay, cool. How do you upload the image again? You do it by just going to, so I'll just go to Adobe Firefly. It's called in Paint. So I'm gonna add that to the chat so you can see it. And then you just press upload image, and then you go to wherever the image is located, and then it's going to take you to the screen, right? So as you can see, it does the exact same thing as Photoshop Beta, only that it's online, it's free. The only caveat is that when you try and download it, it's going to have a little watermark. However, if you don't want the watermark, just crop the photo, right? So let's see. I think the first one was fine. This one, let's see. This is not good. Let's try another one. A tiger laying down somewhere. A Trevi fountain, add railings. All right, we'll just use that one. Add railings. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Railings. Let's say glass railings. Trevi fountain. What's a Trevi fountain? Trevi. Ah, interesting. Okay. Sort of. Sort of. Let's try that again. A tiger laying down railings. Let's see what else is there. Oh, so we can keep going and start to get, what is that? Tree crossing the balcony like this. Let's let me just use, let's use this one, something like that. What else is there? What else can we add? We can say a person, right? What if you want to delete the waterfall? Is it layers? You can remove things, but if you, where's that? Where's the back? Oh, what did I just do? You have where are my photos? Bear with me, I forgot where they keep or where you can keep your photos. Oh, where did it go? Okay, yeah, let's put it back again. No, I don't believe so. I don't believe it's in layers, not like Photoshop. Yeah, it's not like Photoshop. You can't just add layers. Once you press keep, I believe it's there for keeps. So, what else can we add to this? I like it when trees are not cut down, but used in a project. That's why I suggested a tree through the balcony. Fair enough, fair enough. Yeah, trees shouldn't be cut down. You should keep them in the design as much as possible. What do you guys want to add to this one? Add a tent or sunshade. Okay. I'll be honest, I prefer Photoshop to this one because of the select tool, shade, tent. Wow, that's weird. You're very right, Tina. It looks good for less sophisticated tasks. It's not ideal for stuff like this. I've actually used it. Just tried image to video. Interesting. Let us see that, Mutambuzi. Let's see what you made in the Discord. I'll put people in trees. Let's see. Let's try adding some people. Uh, so- I must find that place. Uh, okay. This is not, yeah, it's not good for adding people. I'm gonna try, interesting. I'm gonna try one more camera motion for runway, right? And while that happens, I'm gonna use the restroom. Had a bit too much coffee. Um, should be only 60 seconds, okay. I'll be back in a second. When we get back in just a few seconds, I'm going to ask you guys to start thinking of what you want to make with Midjourney. What is the purpose of upgrade? So if you upgrade, you can go from 4 seconds to 8 seconds and infinitely however so many seconds you want. So when you don't upgrade, you're limited to 4 seconds per video. And also you have a limited number of seconds that you can use, which is, I think, about 105 when you make your account. Can I use stable diffusion? Yes. Yes, you can. But what for? What do you want to use stable diffusion for? Let me know. I'll be back in just 2 seconds. Awesome. For the generation we are doing, yes. You can use Stable Diffusion, but for the purpose of this tutorial, we're only using Midjourney. Or at least I'm only going to show you Midjourney. But if you want to use Stable Diffusion, if you have it and you're more comfortable using it, then by all means. By all means. Okay. Awesome. So let's just go and do a very small amount of recap before we go into the assignment. So what we've gone through so far, okay, so what we've gone through so far, where is it? What we've gone through so far, we've gone through the Midjourney prompt engineering. I haven't shown you any of these other softwares, but we've gone through Midjourney. I've shown you Runway, Crea, and Photoshop Beta. And I'm going to ask you guys to go into Midjourney, if you have access to it, and start using it to create some prompts. Start generating some imagery in the Discord so that we can start building up something. Can I use Bing? Yes, you can. If you, whatever you want to use, as long as when you finish, you put it back into the Discord so that we can see it, then that's fine. You can use whichever generator you want. Cool. So while you guys start powering up your Discord, can you please let us know which folder we should use? Of course, let's see. So if I'm not mistaken, PA Academy, could you confirm which folder to use for their files? I think
we can use student works if you want. They can share to it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So Tina, you can upload your images to student work. And I've just seen that Jerry Zagorski has made some incredible scenes here. This is really good. Really good. Prompt engineering or Midjourney, are they apps for downloading? No, Midjourney is not, you don't need to download it. You just need to go to the Discord, and then you can start prompting. So you can start prompting from here in the Discord channel. You just go to assignment 1 and you can start prompting from there. Or you can upload to, wow, Diego, this is incredible. Guys, what do you think of this work? Please remind us how to generate. This is the first time I'm doing anything parametric. No worries at all, Tina. I'll take you back through first few steps. So when you go to your prompting input, you just start off with the backslash, right? So the backslash, and then you start typing imagine, and then you're going to see these options come up. And then when you press the first one, then you'll have access to the input field where you can type in your prompt. I'd recommend probably starting off with the prompt that we generated earlier on, where we said a beige hotel courtyard designed by Zaha Hadid, something similar to that. So you can start to probably change this element within the prompt, right? So I'm going to put that into the chat. And that's for Tina, who's doing the prompting now. So you can probably change parts of this part of the prompt. You could say something like, if you don't want beige, you could probably use something like white, hotel courtyard designed by Zaha Hadid, Adobe. If you don't want Adobe texture, you can use, you could use another texture. You could just say rough plaster, or you could say polished plaster texture, organic form facade lights. So you could really play around with it and see what you get. Thank you, Patrick. I will definitely see you on IG after this, after the webinar. Wow, we're getting some really interesting ones. Guys, what do you think of these? Very, very cool. Oh, it says, sorry, it says I have no permissions. Uh, you sh okay. You should try now again, Tina. It should be fixed. Wow. G Wild, gone above and beyond. This looks like a hotel destination in the Alps somewhere. I'd love to visit this place. It's incredible. Whoa. This is incredible. Render node. This reminds me of what was the name of the architect or the designer? There's someone who does something similar to this. Wow, Kengo Kuma. This looks like a model, like an architectural model. Very nice. Anish Kapoor, yes, that's him. Anish Kapoor. I did my A-level art project and used him as a precedent. And used his artwork as a precedent. This brings back so many good memories. He had this really interesting artwork. What was it called? What was it called? I can't remember. Definitely amazing contrast. Nice. Nice. This airport is really nice. Anija, these are some really, really interesting, nice interior spaces. Very nice. Nice. Got a McLaren in the driveway. Ship lofts. It's looking good. Okay, Alex, you don't have permission. Where are you doing your prompting? Imagine it's not working. Are you using the right slash? Hmm, it's not working. Oh, okay. Why could it not be working? Okay. The prompt. Let me see. So to Jamie, all you need to do is do your backslash, type in imagine, press enter, and then type in your prompt. There a message, but no imagine. Mirzad, where are you doing your prompting? You need to, guys, remember it's a forward slash, right? Not backslash, sorry. Forward slash. So this one here. You shouldn't have to, Mariam. I think you should be able to use. I think you should be able to use the students Midjourney prompting tab. Oh, Mirzad, that's okay. Yeah. So, guys, if it's not working for you, then try sending it to students' work. I'll copy the link. There you go. Try that. Walter, these are looking incredible. They're like carved in stone. It says you have to subscribe. Ah, let's see. What could we? Okay, I guess if it isn't working for you, you could type the prompt and send it over, and then I'll prompt it in from my end as a last resort if it really isn't, if it's not working at all. Okay, I'll do that. And then, oh, yes, okay, Tina, yeah. So if it doesn't work for you, you need to accept the TOS, terms and conditions. Why is my computer acting funny? I think my browser's frozen. If you need the link, Manesh is going to send you the link. Jamie, try the new link. Yeah, I'll do that for you. If it doesn't, try the link that I just sent. If it doesn't work, then you can just let me know which images you want to upscale. I've just prompted that for you. Carolina, let me do yours as well. Just done that. Okay. Okay, Mirzad, let me prompt that for you. Yeah, okay. Okay, who had the toy gallery? Okay, awesome. Just let me know if you want to upscale any of them or vary any of them. All right. I think Jamie, I think this is yours. Interior view of an apartment. Discord link. Mine, please. Want to upscale. Neuron, which one's yours? Just let me know and I'll upscale. Just let me know which one to upscale, like the first one, second one, third one, fourth one. The purple one. Okay. Oh, so you're ready? Okay. You want to upscale, but yours, you've already made yours, so I'm guessing you can upscale from your end. Merzad, which one was yours? Uh, Jamie, yeah, okay. The toy gallery, okay. Um, no worries, Jamie. Merzad, you want to upscale the toy gallery? Which one do you want to upscale? Just let me know. Let me know. And Carolina, yours is over here. So let me know if you want to upscale any of them. The last one. Okay, so you want to upscale the last one. Do that. Okay, yes. The fourth one. Got you. Cool, cool, cool. Anyone else? If you're, yeah, Anna, I will do that for you. If um your Midjourney isn't working, just let me know and I can prompt for you. Yeah, I'll do that for you. Oh, yeah, you need to. Um, Carolina, okay, so e Medica hyperrealistic photo. Okay, let's do that first. No worries, Merzad. Um, again, just let me know if you see yours. Just let me know which one you want to upscale, and I'll upscale it for you or vary it as well. Okay. How do you modify the clothing? Let's say it's too small. If you want to modify, you could zoom in, right? If the building's too small, we can zoom in. So when you upscale and then just pick custom zoom, and then instead of yeah, so you could custom zoom and then use either 2 or 0.5. So if you want to zoom in, you do 0.5, so it'll be zooming in by 2. If you want to zoom out, you just press 2, and that's going to zoom out by 2. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. I would ask, yeah, no worries, Michael. What about you? Still not working, so here's okay, no worries. Okay. When you guys see your images, just let me know which ones you want to upscale, and I'll do that for you. Wow, Gamaholic. Gamaholic, how did you make this? This is in Pika or is this in Runway? This is looking really nice. Very, very sleek. Guys, if I've done your prompts, if you sent in the prompts and I've done them, just let me know which one's to upscale. I've got a view of a loft in the mountains here. I'm not sure whose that is. Okay, Mariam, that's yours. Which one do you want to upscale? I've also got a front view of colorful sand soft residential house. Let me know which one to upscale. 1, 2, 3, or 4. All right. Number 4, yeah, for sure. Got naturally warm, bright colored, huge airport. I'd like to upscale to the tropical architecture. Tropical architecture. Which one is that? Okay, yeah, got you. Number 3, sure. Which one is that? Okay, yeah, that's that one. A beige. Imagine. Not exactly what I had in mind, but yeah. The beauty of Midjourney, you can keep varying them, and eventually you'll come across something that you like. So you can just keep playing around with it. And U4 for Chinese hotel in Canyon. Okay. U4 for Chinese hotel. Actually, it might be easier to just Chinese hotel. So you wanted to do U4? Okay, gotcha. You can't access Midjourney Neuron, but I used Bing in the previous one. Okay, cool, got you. How can we access our upscaled ones? You should be able to see it in here, Mirzad. In students' work, you should be able to see it in here. Just maybe type in, just go to search and then type in like your prompt and you should be able to find it. If not, they should come up over here. And I'll be downloading all of them when we finish and then putting them into the students file. No worries. Last thing that we're going to do before we head off today is we're going to create a video. So I'm going to be showing you how to edit videos in CapCut. So we'll do this for maybe another 10, 15 minutes or whenever you guys are feeling confident that you're done. Then we'll head into CapCut. And then we'll edit the video for maybe 15, 20 minutes. We'll finish off by maybe 6:40. So that's in roughly 30 minutes. And then we'll have a Q&A session if there's any pressing questions that's outside of Midjourney or any of these tools. Is anything to do with other tools that maybe we haven't talked about or any other things? Can you select an image and adjust it in Midjourney? Yes, you can. You would have to use version 5. So let me see if I can find one. Most people are using version 6. So, okay, yeah, this is a perfect one. So, Mark, you'll probably see if you're using version 5, you'll have this option here where you can vary the region. And what that allows you to do is you use this selection tool very much like Photoshop, and you can vary just that region. You can also use a lasso, like in Photoshop, where you can vary a region. So I'll just do this for an example. So maybe this area here. I'm not sure who prompted this, but I'm just gonna vary that region. And on the other side, it's gonna give us some interesting results. If I prompted anything for you, just let me know if if you need me to upscale or vary. So I can do that. You need the Discord link. Let me see if can you tell it what it should replace in that region? No, for now, there's no prompt that you can add into the vary region tool, unlike Photoshop and Adobe Firefly, which is why those are superior when you want to vary a specific element within the photo, within the generation. No worries, Mark. This is looking really cool, guys. Whoever did this red hotel, I really like that. Enrico, it's looking really cool. Manesh, no worries. Let me prompt that for you. And just to show you, Mark, how it turns out. So as you can see, the rest of the image is untouched, but that area or that region that we varied, you now have 4 different photos or 4 different variations of just that region. Michael Gost, yes, I'm gonna do that for you now. For the airport thing is similar, then maybe different. Okay, yeah, sure. Put that prompt in. How can you get various exterior from the same scene, like same seed? That is a good question that actually just asked. So the best way to do that is just to use the V1, V2, V3, V4. So if you have, for example, the 3rd image that you like, you just use V3. Unlike Runway, for example, that actually allows you to change or vary the seed number, and Stable Diffusion that can also allow you to do that. Midjourney doesn't allow you to manipulate the seed, which is unfortunate, but hopefully they would in the future. Or if we ask them, you know, they're usually quite responsive. You could ask them through the announcements or the and they could give a response. When I use Midjourney, I can suggest what I want in the region. Good question, Greg. I just answered that. So unfortunately, when you vary a region, you can't tell it what you want. All you can do is vary. So I'll go back and I'll show you. So for example, let's use this one. Let's say we want to change the furniture in here. So when you want to vary a region, right? So all you can do is say, whoops. So, sorry. Let's say you want to change this furniture installments. So you just select that, right? Submit, and then it's going to vary it for you. No, I'm asking, I'm telling you how. You have, how have you? How have you? Please tell us. I'm actually quite curious as well. The Enchanting Symphony. Okay, Melika. Greg, give us some information. Update us. Would please try this for me? Yep, Melika, no worries, I got you. How do you shift between version 5 and version 6? So when you have your prompt, you just who asked that? Amir. So when you have your prompt, when you have your prompt at the end of it, say for example you want to switch to version 5.2 or something, you just say V5 point whatever. Otherwise, you can say V6, or you can just use the default. I think the default right now is V6. Sorry, not V6, V5. Greg Radford, I can send a video, but I can with the region tool. Please do inform us. Send us a video. Let's all learn. No worries, Malika. Why free trial is not working? It might be that Midjourney at the moment has too many free trials, so they limit it sometimes. So Zagira, if you have a prompt that you want to use but you can't access Midjourney, just send it to me through here, and then I'll do that for you. Anija, these are looking really cool. These are looking amazing. How do you improve your surfaces, Tina? I would suggest taking it from Midjourney and putting it into Crea, so then it upscales. So the way to do that, just go into Crea, add your image from here, right? So you just select it or you can drop it. And then all you need to do is prompt. So for example, if you have a surface that, maybe the texture you want it to be polished concrete or something, you just say polished concrete floor or something like that, and then press enhance, and then it'll do that for you. So I'll give you an example, right? So the texture here is a bit different from the texture there. The ground anyway, and also the walls. So you can do that with Crea. No worries, Anija. It's looking really good. Do we add the final on students' work? Yes. You should. Alex, yeah, I got you. I'm gonna do that prompt for you now. Could you generate a variation V3 on tropical? Yeah, for sure. So tropical architecture, one of the last ones. Let me see. Yeah, so that's V3. Anna, is this the one that you wanted to do? Yes, okay, perfect. Cool. Mariam, the Crea isn't working for you. What does it say when you try to use it? Does it say 5 minute runtime error? Or does it just not work altogether? Does it say enhancing over here when you use it? Or no? Let me know. Let me know. Adobe Firefly. Nice. The hotel interior. Which one's the hotel interior? What was your prompt, Tina? The white one. Is it this one? This one? Oh, okay, I passed it. This one. Okay, perfect. You want to upscale it or what are you thinking? Mariam, it says in enhancing, then after a few minutes it says failed under the image I uploaded. Yes. Okay, that happens sometimes because there's too many people using the cloud. When it says enhancing, does it say what position you're in? So when it says checking position, does it say like the number 100, maybe 200? Like what's your position? This one you passed. Yes, ceiling looks rough. I took to Korea and it looks worse. Oh, to Korea and it looks worse. What did you put into the prompt in Korea, Tina? So yeah, it's so you have to actually. Okay, so Neuron doesn't. It's not loading. Okay, Tina. Instead of saying make ceiling smooth, say something like smooth ceiling, smooth white ceiling, or smooth white ceiling texture, something like that. Try that into the prompt, and then reduce the AI strength. So this is for Tina. In your prompt, say something along the lines of smooth white ceiling texture, and then take the AI strength from 0.85 to maybe something like 0.5 and try that. Let me know what happens with that. Nuran and Mariam, you have the same problem of Crea having a runtime error. What does it say when you press enhance? Does it give you a number? If it doesn't give you a number, then there's something wrong. If the number is too large, then there's too many people using it. Will you please do the V3 and V4 on the Canyon skyscraper for sure? No, it says checking position and okay. Wow. Ladrax, this is looking really cool. The Canyon skyscraper V3 and V4. Okay, Crea asking for a paid plan. What? Did you sign up, Tina? That's a loading pic. Okay, I have an idea, guys. If you're trying to use Crea and it's not working for you, put it into just upload it to workshop files, right? Upload your image to workshop files, and I'll try and do it from my end. Could you upscale YouTube for tropical architecture for sure? Let me try doing that. Where is that? Oh, one. I did, but didn't play using free version. Yeah, Tina, I don't think that it would. How can I make the image better in Discord? You can upscale it, or you can vary the region. So where is your image? Let me go find. So where does this come from though? So you could probably vary the region to do something like this. You could do something like, right, something like that. You don't have access to workshop files for me. Okay, try resources then. Try resources. If that doesn't work, let me know why my prompt isn't working. Mohammed, if your prompt isn't working, then if it doesn't work, then send it into the chat and I'll do it for you from here. Can I send you an image to add to the prompt? Sure, my father, you can do that. No worries. No access to the workshop. How can I make the image better in Discord? Question for user Noor. Was a semi? Okay, Noor. Michael Goss is asking you a question. Noor, was the semi-axonometric illustration like image uploaded to student work also generated by Midjourney? If so, what was the prompt? It's amazing. It worked. Thanks. Awesome, Noor. Sick. Great to hear. Okay. Okay. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to. Okay, awesome. If anyone wants to upload their stuff to the workshop file so that I can put it into Crea for them, feel free to do so now because you now have access. Mafalda, I've just put that in for you. U4. Yeah, got you. No worries. Okay, we're gonna have to start rounding up within the next few minutes. So if anyone's got any final prompts that they want to do, it's now or never. It's now or never. A tropical house. Whether that didn't do. Sure, Mohammed, I'm gonna do that for you. I don't have access to the workshop files. Strange. You should have access, Mariam. Can you please try again? Okay, whose image is this? Riz 1997. What do you want? Can't use Crea with this. Okay, cool. I'm going to download your image and then put it into Crea for you. And I'll do the same for Neuron. Okay, awesome. gonna go into Crea. Go into downloads. Okay, so let's put that down to 0.7 maybe. Wait, hold on. Who sent the photo? Riz 1997. Just send a message telling me what exactly this is. Is this a mall? Is this an airport? Okay, looks like an airport. Never mind. So I'm just gonna type in airport. Awesome, Greg. Thank you for the editing the region tool. I'll check that out in a second. Mahesh. Oh. So how are you guys feeling about Midjourney? How are you guys feeling about using Midjourney? I want to hear from people who just started using Midjourney today. This is their first time using it. You know, are you confident using it? How do you feel? Luma, you love it? I'd love to hear it. Love to hear it. It's amazing. Mohammed, I'm gonna upscale that for you. Just let me know which one you want upscaled. A tropical house. Okay, got you. Don't worry. Love it. Need lots of practice. 100%. It's one of those things where you could literally sit down for hours and just use it for hours. Jamie, I feel confident that it will improve project ideation 100%. Where can we find the prompt cheat sheet? It's going to be in resources. You can find my presentation, and the slide for that would be, I think, probably something like, yeah, slide number 19 within the synthetic vernacular compressed file in resources. Adapting, still new to it. Yeah, it's a learning curve, but trust me, Destiny, it's your destiny to get good at it. Trust me, it's very easy to use. The more you use it, the more you will love it. I wish I could have done some image myself. Definitely, hopefully that will get resolved within the next few days. Sometimes they remove access to the beta because too many people use it. So hopefully within the next few days that should be figured out. It's fun. I feel like I need to improve in controlling the style. Yeah, starting now. It's amazing. Thanks, Abdulim. 100% anytime. Please let me know how to pronounce your name. It has like it has an accent over the U. Let me know how to pronounce that. Louise, Runway adds an amazing dimension and depth. Yeah, 100%. Explanation was great. Thank you very much. How do you clean up your Midjourney image page? Can you remove or sort images? Let me see. Wait, hold on. Wait, I do. I know. No, that's not what I wanted to do. There we go. You can't sort. I don't believe you can sort. I don't believe you can change. So what you can do is grids basically will give you all of the generations in terms of like if you generate 4, it's if you type grids, or if you use grids, then it's going to show you all 4. If you just pick upscales, then it's going to show you just the upscales, just the things that you upscale, right? And then you can also do ratings, go by ratings, right? Something like that. Let me see. Love it, but need something to link to Grasshopper. Is it possible? I mean, MJ. Mirzad, you know what? I'm going to refer you to the OG, Tim Fu. He has a a workshop with parametric architecture, I think in January. PA Academy, please let me know if that's correct. January 27th is something along those lines, where he does a lot of parametric intelligence. So he does a lot of like work from Midjourney into Grasshopper, into Rhino and Grasshopper, and then kind of forwards and backwards. So I'd refer you to him. Love it. Need to. Zahadid inspired art gallery in Sahara Desert, Middle Eastern. Okay, Mariam M. Let me do that for you. This is the last prompt that I'm going to take. Naran, thank you, honestly, thank you so much for coming, taking time of your Saturday to come listen to me rant for 5 hours. I really appreciate it, truly. And yeah, please do tag parametric, the PA Academy when you share the story so that, you know, it can be reshared by them. Thanks for the great session. Have a great start to you. I really appreciate that. And to you too, Ilona. Hope you have an incredible year. Hope you have a incredible start to the year and achieve all your goals in 2024. Thanks a lot for such an amazing workshop. Thank you very much, Mohammed. Really appreciate it. Alex, thank you so much. Thank you. Let me see. Can I get the final image? Which image is that, Mohammed? Just wanted to just let me know which one you want to upscale. Yes, Tina. So I'm gonna be anything that I upscaled for anyone. If I upscaled your photo, then I'm gonna download it now as we speak. And I'm going to be uploading it to the workshop files. Thank you, Luma, and you too. Hey guys, shameless plug. If anyone wants to control their Grasshopper scripts through natural language and basically talks to them, check my plugin. This is incredible, Sandeep. Thank you for plugging that because I feel like a lot of us would benefit from that. Yeah. Thank you. The upscale, the third one, yes, for sure. Okay. I'm gonna be downloading all of the ones that that got generated. Thank you guys. And don't leave yet. The session isn't finished. We still got about 30 minutes. I want to show you guys some CapCut tools. All right. So I'm just going to take all of these and I'll put them into the workshop files. So too many at the same time. Okay. Let me just get the, okay, I'm gonna have to do them one at a time. Let's do that. Thank you guys. For anyone who's leaving, thank you so much for joining. I really appreciate it. And hope you have an incredible new year. If you're going on holiday, hope you have a safe trip. If you're coming back, welcome back. Hope everyone has a great 2024. I'm just uploading all of the uploads or all the upscales that I did for people. So if you ask me to prompt for you, I've just uploaded them to the workshop file. So that's going to be workshop files underneath general. And Jamie is asking if we get certificates. Can't confirm that, but Nuran is asking about the Crea. Okay. Looks interesting. Riz 1997. What do you think of the colorful one? Mahesh, is that the one that is that this one? I hope that's the one. Nope, that's not it. That's not it. Okay, is it this one? I'm guessing it's this one. That's the only other colorful one. No, the first one. The airport. Yeah, I got you. So that was this one, right? I'll put it into workshop files. I'll put it into workshop files. And send. Yeah, so remember, this is kind of what I was saying with Crea. Sometimes it doesn't work. There are too many people using it. And it can be temperamental. No worries. No worries. You're very welcome. And Noran, I'm gonna do yours in just a second. For the purple one. And PA Academy just said, yes, certificates are available for all participants. You can get it from the Parametric Architecture website, and I'll explain toward the end of the webinar. So that will be discussed in a few seconds, or in a few minutes, rather. And while I do these last two upscales, or these last two images, yeah, while that happens, guys, just if you want your image to be used in my next tutorial, like the tutorial that I'm just about to do right now, just upload it to workshop files, because I'm going to be putting them into CapCut. Enrico, you've made some incredible work. Really like this. Really like this. Alex, yes, you remembered. You're right. You do need a gift. You do need a little present. Bear with me while I find your present. I do not have permissions to send files onto the workshop files. Huh. Strange. To be fair, I did your Mariam, I did your upscale. So just let me know which one you want to upload, then I'll do that for you. Whose is this? What do you think? What do you guys think? This is Crea. It's awesome, isn't it? It's really something. So I'm gonna upload that. All right. So I believe the next one is Noor. All right. So that's your purple building. And Tina, where do we upload? Into workshop files, please. Mine of the tropical architecture one, could you place in the workshop file for me? Yes, I can. In fact, it should have been done already. Tropical architecture. It should have been done already. I think I uploaded it already. Yeah, I think that's the one. Let me know if it's missing, but I should have already done that. Where do we upload the art gallery? Mariam, I think I've already done that, haven't I? Have I not? Is this it? Is this the art gallery? Or no? Bro. Oh, okay, interesting. Actually, yes, I'll do that for you. I'll do that the last thing. I'll show you, I'll tell you what my experience with Instagram, um, and building a brand or building an audience with that. I'll do that lastly. Just if I don't remember, just remind me at the last thing that I do. Okay, perfect, Anna. You've just seen it. Mohammed, which one was yours so I can add it to Crea? Which one was yours? So I can add it to Crea. And don't forget, guys, if you want to use Rhino or SketchUp to an image generator, you can use either KickRender or lookx.ai. Right? So just as a reminder, the workshop, does Runway reduce the quality of videos? Yes, it does. Well, it takes the image and reduces the quality of the image and then produces a video from that reduced quality image. Basically, I can't be sure of this, but I'd assume that it's because if it's a higher quality image, then it would require more processing power. Okay, Mariam, you want to add it to Crea for sure. Just waiting for this one to finish, then I'll add yours. And then Tropical Courtyard. Okay, so I'm only gonna add 2 more to Crea. I'll do Mariam's and then I'll do Mohammed's. And okay, yeah, sure, for sure. Mezada, I'll add you to Crea as well. Just let me know which one it is. So I'll do those 3 left. And then David, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to give this talk to you as well. Appreciate it. So just waiting for Nora's to get done. Then I'll do Mariam's, then I'll do Mohammed's, and then Mirzad's. Mirzad, what was yours? What was your image that you want to put into Crea? The last one in the workshop file, okay. The last one. Okay, nice. The toy shop. I get this thing where when I try and save the image, it saves as a WebP. Right, it's fine, I can convert it. WebP to PNG. So who else do I need to do is that, which one was it again? Right, that one as well. Select file. This one, convert and download. And okay, while I do this, I can actually talk to, I think it was Akshay. You asked about creating or increasing your audience on Instagram. My advice would be to find a niche, because when AI or when people started posting about architecture, AI, all of that stuff, like early to mid 2022, there was pretty much no one doing it. So it was very easy to get an audience, right? There was a point where it was just so popular. But then obviously it started to become saturated as more people started to do it. And eventually it's at a point now where you kind of know who's like at the you could call it kind of like the AI architecture mafia, because there aren't like that many big names in it. If you want to get started and do it, I'd say the best thing to do would be to have a niche, right? So if your niche is like playgrounds, AI generated playgrounds using a specific type of design language, right? So you have a very specific niche, you cater to that audience, and you can go far with it. But otherwise, it's good to also be consistent. So post consistently every day. If you can do multiple times a day, that would be ideal as well. Good pictures, clear pictures with hashtags, and also, you know, engaging with your followers, I guess, would be also good. Synthetic Vernacular was the title of your workshop, but what happened in the session? Nothing to do with it was more about student fancy architecture and then country of vernacular architecture. This said, you are a great teacher and sending workshop. I agree to the title of the lecture. Werner van Hooydonk, I completely agree with you. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to make it too much about synthetic vernacular in terms of like vernacular architecture in itself, because not everyone here is, I guess, interested in that or is going to use that as their style. I want to allow you to explore your own style, and if it's something that you gravitate to, then hopefully in the future we can have more workshops that are more, you know, I don't know, geared towards that. But if you like that, if you enjoy synthetic vernacular, if you're interested in that, then please do give me a follow, because that's most of the work that I do, most of the research that I do, that's kind of my niche. So if you're interested in synthetic vernacular in a bit more detail, then do send me a message and we can have a conversation about that. 100%. And I appreciate you, you know, giving that feedback so that I can also improve. Cheers, Werner. Okay, so what else do we have to do? Okay, so we got this one. I'm gonna put that into Crea. Narain, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm gonna just go into CapCut, because at this point, we've only got about 20 minutes left. So we're gonna go straight into CapCut. Okay. So CapCut is very simple editor, or sorry, video editor. You get to input your media, right? Whether it be images or videos, you edit it, and then you have a video at the end, right? So nothing novel. It doesn't necessarily use artificial intelligence to a great degree. It's very simple to use. And if you're looking to create content for Reels or for TikTok or for YouTube Shorts, then this is a great tool to use, because you can edit, you can add filters, you can add effects. It's very much tailored for creating content for social media. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to come here. Actually, sorry, we're going to start off with just one picture, right? So we'll start off with this one because I quite like this, right? And it's going to reduce the size of this. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do is just going to set the ratio to 9:16, right? 9:16, like I said, is the conventional format aspect ratio for iPhone screens or any screen, any smartphone anyway. And you want to essentially crop your image so that it fits the same aspect ratio. So we'll do that, right? And now it fits the screen. Okay, perfect. In order to create a reel, obviously it's going to be a video. So we're going to have multiple images that kind of go in and out of frame based off of the beat of the video. I know you've probably seen these type of TikTok reels or reels on social media, on Instagram. So we're going to do something very similar to that. I already have a sound in mind. You can always pick your own sound if you're, if you want to find one. But I've picked one already for this tutorial. It's one that's quite popular at the moment. So I'm just going to take the sound and I'm going to put it into my media folder. So this is where all of your imports will come up. Bear with me. I just need to find the chat. I can't find the chat. Where'd the chat go? Okay, well, anyway, so we're gonna use this sound, right? And you don't really want to have anything that's too long. You want to have maybe something that's maybe between 7 and 8 seconds. I'm gonna play the sound for you so you know what we're working with. It's a very popular one. You probably would have heard it before. And when I play it once, you'll hear it, and then I'll go straight into editing and I'll talk through what I'm doing while I'm editing. So just gonna play it now. Right? That's the reel that we're gonna use, or that's the sound we're gonna use. I'm looking for my chat so that I can see what's happening in the chat, but I can't seem to find the chat for some reason. Anyone have any idea where I can find the chat? Where's the chat? It's always like, where's Wally? Trying to find. I have no idea where the chat is. Okay, there it is. Yeah. No, it is an Egyptian song. I only found that out recently. Can you let us know what the name of the song is? Because I want to find the original. It's a really good song. Yeah, Luma is Arabic. Let me know what it's saying. What do you guys, what is it saying? I can't, I don't understand what it's saying. What is it saying in the song? Okay, so how this is gonna work is on every beat, it's gonna change into another image. So we'll start off with this image. Oh, it's a romantic one about love. She's telling her love, he's tiring her, but she's classic love story. Okay, cool. So we're gonna get straight into editing the video. Like I said, on each beat change, or on each beat, it's gonna change to another image. And CapCut has a really good way of doing this, or good way of identifying all the different beats using this flag option, right? So I'll show you how that works. So, for example, right, there's one beat there. So over here, what we can do is we can flag a beat, right? So we just use this flag option. It's over here. And then it creates a yellow marker, right? So we can do the same thing. We can do the same thing a few times just to create those flags for each beat. All right, so we'll do one here as well. So you can do one here as well. And don't worry, I know that it's not perfect. I'm just trying to power through it so that we can get something. So I can show you guys how it works. So the beat is kind of syncopated. I'll maybe do one here. Maybe one here. And here. Okay, so now we have all of these different beats or these different markers at different points in the beat. What you can do is essentially scrub or make the image stay on the screen for only up to the first beat, and then do the same thing for all the other images. So we'll just scrub it to that marker, and then we'll do the same thing here. Right, we'll scrub it just to that marker. Right, we'll do the same thing here. We'll scrub it to just that marker. And we just keep doing the same thing until we run out of images. I feel like I haven't gotten all the images from the workshop folder. Let me see if there's anything else we could use. Oh, use the airport one. Let's see. Let's see, where is the Discord? I can find more photos. Take this one. And then I'll convert it to a PNG. Any other photos here that I can use? I'll use this. Oh, thank you for the name of the song. It's Sabri Alil from Shireen. Nice. And it's a remix. Okay, cool. Add these two. And last one. Two more. It's this one. And oh, is this? No. So it will go something like this. I'm just gonna crop the remaining images so that they're on 9:16. And I apologize if I haven't used your image. We just kind of ran out of time, but I'll tell you what, later on, I will use all of your images in a video. No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not ugly. These are just the images that I found when I was in the students workshop folder. But everyone's work has been great so far. Especially, do we have access to the images? Yes, you do. They are in the workshop files folder. So you should be able to see the work there. Okay, cool. So this is what we've created so far. Let's see how it looks. So we have something like this, but I wanna add something to it. I want it to zoom. I want it to have like a transition. So what we'll do is maybe add some transitions, right? All right, so we'll add some simple transitions, all right? Again, if you don't see your images here, simply because ran out of time, couldn't grab all the images from the workshop folder, just had to use the ones that were first available. So okay. So the last thing we'll do is I want to zoom the image in as it's playing. So in order to do that, all I need to do is right click and then press on create compound clip. And what that does is it merges everything together so it acts as one clip. So now we can actually start to add keyframes to the clip so that we can make it move. So how to do that is we come to the right-hand side panel and we go to position and size. So with position and size, we can start to scale the image or scale the clip however we want. So if I add a keyframe here so that it's 100% of the size of the clip at 0, 0, and then I come to the end of the clip at 10 seconds, and then I add another keyframe and I make it maybe 10% bigger, right? Now, so now it's actually zooming in as it plays. I'll go even a bit further so that the effects can be seen in a bit more detail. Let me just go full screen. Okay, what do you guys think? Let me know in the chat. Do we have recording, cheerfulness? Cool. Let's see. What else can we do? Just want to make sure that I haven't missed anything. Yeah, you guys should be very proud of yourselves. You know, today we've gone through quite a lot. I guess it is a beginner tutorial, but you know, we've gone through a fair amount. So in terms of workflow, going through prompt engineering basics, we need 300 hours definitely. Yeah, and the video does convey the atmosphere for today's webinar. So like I said, we've gone through Midjourney, Crea, Photoshop Beta, and Runway ML. Let me know, what do you guys think was the most useful tool that you've learned today? What's the most useful tool or the most useful tip in today's tutorial? Thank you, Jacqueline. I really appreciate that. Crea, interesting. Crea is definitely a really good tool. A Midjourney, for sure. And if there's also some interesting trends and tools. That probably the last thing that I'll kind of show today. If you're interested or have a bit more interest in the discourse of AI and architecture, then you can definitely look up Neil Leach. He's written a lot of books or a lot of research into AI and architecture. You can look up ZHA, look up Shajay Bhushan. He leads one of the modules at AADRO, and they're doing some really interesting work with artificial intelligence. Xcool.ai, they are a startup for artificial intelligence with AI, and they have some BIM integration in the pipeline as well. So they're doing some really cool stuff. Also, Tim Fu, he does some really cool stuff with AI and architecture and kind of the workflow from concept design into actual 3D modeling. So if you're interested in that, I think definitely have a look up or look him up. For Werner, I haven't forgotten about you. For synthetic vernacular, if you're more interested in vernacular architecture or evolved vernacular architecture, I definitely look up these 4 guys. Fabrizio Carola, Paolo Cascon, shout out Paolo. He was my tutor who pretty much taught me everything I know about vernacular architecture. He's an incredible individual, has done a lot of work in the field, and a mountain of knowledge on his shoulders. Mariam Kamara, she is the principal of Atelier Masomi, one of the very few architectural firms in Africa or around the world, to be honest, who are doing this type of work, synthetic vernacular. And finally, Peter Trummer, who isn't necessarily in vernacular architecture, but does teach modules and students who are in that space. Tina's asking, may I ask, are you using these tools in actual projects? Not necessarily, not at the moment. If you want to use them in projects in terms of architectural projects, there's many ways that you can use it. If you want to use it for concept design, if you want to use it for idea generation, form generation. But I'd say that we're still a bit off in terms of software or tools that can take you from idea all the way to technical drawing or 3D model that's actually usable. We're a bit off in terms of the software so far. But yeah, I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Luma. It was great meeting you guys as well. And thank you, Alex. Thank you. Let me see, what else is there to do? There is the Q&A session. So if there's any pressing questions. Really, Peter Trummer was your thesis advisor. That's incredible. I'd love to hear what his input is like and how he is as an advisor or as a teacher. Thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Giovanna. Thank you, Warner. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you. Thank you, Tina. Happy New Year. If there's any questions, any gonna be crazy when MD splits out 3D models. I'm very much looking forward to that. And thank you to PA Academy as well. Thank you to Hamid. Shout out Hamid. Shout out Montessor for hosting me, giving me the platform to share with you my work and share with you everything that we've been able to learn today. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate you, Mariam. Thank you so much.
Great, thank you so much. Also, we are so happy to have you in here, and we are so happy to have you all in here. Thank you so much for calling it a day. I would say this is a quite good event that we can sum up the year with it. Thank you so much. Yeah, it was a quite informative workshop. I really learned too many things today.
Thank you. Yeah, it's incredible.